commercial realm, which is logic in our capitalist environment and system. But to go truly to the finesse of things, well, so it's not really in the commercial side of things usually to be found, you know what I mean? And it's not for everybody also.
All right, we're about to go live here. Let me
That's good,
get us
man.
ready. We're live right now. I'm going to get us on Instagram as well. Give me 1 second here. And welcome, everybody. We were just having a little conversation.
But
you know, about where he's from. We're gonna get into all this though. But give me 1 second here. Let me get this all. Sorry about this. I should have had this ready.
Oh, take your time, man. It's no problem. The stoners are stoners, eh, for one thing.
All right, here we go. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, here we go. Hold on. One sec. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. There we go. What's up, everybody? Let's go. I mean, I have to say it definitely is. I think I look pretty good, actually. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Very good to see you. Yeah. Hello. Let's go. All right. Well, shit. The night's starting out right already, bro. That's all I'm going to say. But here, let me get us on Instagram real quick. I'm not going to be able to see us for 1 second here. And here we go. All right. So we're going to be on Instagram now. And we should be on now. I think that we're good. I never would, because I look good with the raw flannel. Let's go. Never would ever say that. Never. Not you. Shit. Some of these other fools, maybe. A lot of these other fools, but definitely not you. No. All right, so anyway, let's get to it. Hi, everybody. Welcome. We have Yo Sammy here out in the Netherlands. So he's out in the Netherlands.
Yeah, good night, my time.
1 o'clock in the morning his time. He made time to come on here. And I'm going to let him introduce himself a little bit. We're going to talk about Hazes. We're going to talk about, Amsterdam. We're going to get into a bunch of cool things that I've never had really anybody on here, over there. So you guys get your questions ready. He's going to tell a little bit about himself, who he worked with, what he's done, and we're going to open it up to questions from you guys. So if you guys don't know who this is, he's on Instagram as Yo Sammy. Make sure you guys give him a follow. Check out check him out for sure. So, all right.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Dark. Yeah, so I'm Yo Sammy, and I've been part of the Dutch Haze scene for like the past 3 decades. And so, that's my specialty and passion. Eh? So I do this for a lot of years. And over the years, I was able to, keep in our reality some haze hybridized specimens that go back to the Navel era, being A5, C5, hash plant haze, G13 haze A, G13 haze C, which we sadly lost over the years. So we also had to pay certain prices to do what we're doing here in Holland, and we're still in the trenches, which sucks severely. But so we're waiting on better legislations. But so it's a toleration system, as you know, so no plant is still legal in Holland. And so therefore we hopefully can, together in our small collective here in Holland, work towards a better legislation so we can step out of these fucking closets and do our work in a proper way, okay? And so that's a little bit who I am. And over the years, I saw these clones, these heirlooms, they're very precious, of course. And they have certain traits that are really remarkable. And so I wanted to put that also into the world before it got lost into oblivion by these fucking legislations and whatnot. And so I managed to do that. And so I got a lot of critique by it, but also good things came from it. And so setting these plants free was a number one priority, so to speak, because over the years we saw it wasn't getting any easier. And so you can only do preservation by yourself until a certain degree. And if you do not have backups, etc., you will lose genetics that are very valuable. And we don't want to do that. So I made it my life work, so to speak, to embrace these plants and to give them the place they deserve into our cannabis community, let's say. And so, thank you, Bart. Good comment. Yeah. So yeah, I was on the board for long, and that made me kind of build my reputation, quote unquote, by being mainly on like the forums. Okay, you come together there. And so by that, I also learned a lot. So I'm really thankful to have made a lot of precious connections. And also like European venues such as cannabis were also a key element of, coming together with like-minded from over the world, like from America, Australia, etc., Germany, throughout the whole of Europe, to like sit around the table and, like put something on the table and get high as motherfuckers, and then, being surprised on what everybody's, like getting together. And that's really a nice thing. And that's, the main thing why I did all this was to secure and maintain my private stash, of course, number one priority, right? And from there, you kind of grow over time if you're really like into it. And then by connecting with people all over the world, so yeah, well, good things happen, okay? And that's a really great thing to see it going in that trajectory or like direction. That's a really great thing.
Yeah, it is. It's a beautiful thing. We've come a long way in America where, back in the day, we would come to Amsterdam. That's where we would try, we would go, we would be able to smoke there, be able to purchase, cannabis there. That wasn't like that. Now it seems that it's switched a lot, because I hear you talking about, some of the laws and stuff that are over there, that it seems like America has opened up a lot. A lot of the genetics are coming from America now. I mean, we had a little conversation
in the legal
earlier.
stage, yes, true.
The legal stage, for sure.
It's not still federal, and so that's also obscuring Europe to take further steps, because America is like the sheriff, let's say. Okay, so that's also, I think, in Europe. So the Dutch implemented the toleration system to actually fight heroin back in the 70s, okay, and to like diverse the market. And back then there was no, indoor grown weed or something. It was all hashish that got imported, usually with heroin. And so they were the first to say like, hey, we should separate this cannabis products from the heroin, because, the effects are totally different, and to protect our youth, etc. So then the Dutch came with this toleration system, and that attracted, of course, a lot of people around the world to, do cannabis-related things, for instance, David Watson, or AKA Sam the Skunk Man, came to Holland with the Haze seeds, and then Neville came to Holland actually to fight his heroin addiction back in the day. And because of the Dutch were also leading in that kind of way to treat severe addictions as more like a disease, and give a better chance for junkies to reintegrate in society, right? And so they were a leading country in that regard. But so by attracting a lot of people that were into cannabis, so the market kind of grew from there in a certain way that even the Dutch didn't anticipate on. And throughout the 80s then came indoor growing and the techniques. And that really revolutionized, of course, the whole cannabis scene in Holland, and took it to a completely different level. And it's still kind of transcending in different levels. Now they are experimenting here with the first quote unquote legal facilities. It's an experiment that has been started a few years ago. And so 10 towns in Holland, towns, cities, or like communities can, so there are 10 permits. And so there are now, I think, 7 legal growers or cultivation areas. But so it's also hard to get my foot in the door, because so they give permits for big facilities. Okay, it's like an industrial type of cannabis growing, and I'm like more a hobbyist, like craft cannabis man. That are also I'm cultivating so plant varieties that go up to 16 weeks flowering, and so they do not like it so much, so much.
How many
so it's
weeks
between. So a proper haze should be between like 13 and 16 weeks harvest time, more or less, depending on, the phenotypical expression. But so any good haze will go up to 100 days, give or take. So minimum. And then you kind of go into the period where you can chop them. But 100 days is a long time. And so an extra few weeks of vegging and the clone taking. And so when you put everything together, so you're 6 months busy to do one run. And so in a commercial kind of, big scheme, so for these people, it's like, they rather have 8 to 9 weeks and so build systems or factories to produce this kind of weed. And so it's a different kind of approach than to, have these hazes around, let's say, okay. And so I think also haze is not commercially something. It's not for everybody. You know what I mean?
It's not really commercially viable. They want short flowering time.
Yeah, but so the truth is also when you tap into hazes properly and you know what you're doing, and so you can take them to a potential like make them shine, let's say, to full potential. It blows everything away commercially speaking. But so it's a fuck ton harder to grow compared to, like more uniform, easy cultivated strains. And so it's only logic that commercial big players, they go for 8 to 9 weeks max and uniform everything in that, because when they take it another leap and something goes wrong, it could be financially disastrous. And so they stay away from it. But when you throw it on the table and if they all want to smoke it, they absolutely love it. You know what I mean? So
there's nothing like it, man. Like I said, like when we used to get like the super, it was the super silver haze, the silver haze when I lived in Florida. Nothing touched it. Like still to this day, when I talk about like my favorite strain, it's definitely, it's a haze. There's no doubt about it. Hands down, best effects, taste. If you grow it right and it's right, it's right. So I totally agree with you.
So it stands out, but it's a niche market, like I say. Okay, so it's a certain realm of cannabis that is extremely valued by the people that can, like take it, so to speak, or love it. But it's also not for everybody. Okay, it's like with everything. Okay, if you compare it to alcohol again, which is actually not such a good comparison considering, what it does. But so the diversity of the products, then related. So that's a beautiful thing, okay? So somebody likes a single malt whiskey, you can drink it. Somebody goes for a red wine, or a beer, but cannabis, it's such a diverse variety of plant specimen that so it encapsulated all these beautiful diversities of highs and everything. And Haze is that corner that's rather extreme, of course. And so it's not for everybody, let's say, but the people that absolutely love it, so they absolutely embrace it then. And so it's like this, okay. Yeah. And so for me, it was also like this when I encountered Haze back in the early 90s here in Holland. It blew me away. And so I wanted to know absolutely everything of it. And that's what a good haze can do, So it transforms your life almost like a psychedelic in a way, you know what I mean? And so then you have a good haze that's also well cultivated, because the people that cultivate it and treasure it, so it's like more like an art form than actually consider it to be a job, you know what I mean? So you have to be a little bit passionate about these certain things more than with other types of varieties of cannabis that are, like more moderate, let's say.
There's a couple of questions. I'd like to try to get to some of these questions and we'll continue the conversation. So I will throw them up on the screen and I'm sure we'll get all kinds of questions tonight. So this one is, what different profiles are found within the haze lines?
Yeah, so that's a good one. Okay, I think mainly, so the most known is original haze, let's call it. Okay, and that's 100% haze. And so when you don't hybridize haze, you get a plant that can grow up to 20 weeks plus. Okay, so it's a different league than my plants that I have. They're all hybridized hazes, let's say. But so the main profiles would be like Haze C, it's like this terpenoline, more lemony, like a fruity kind of haze. And Haze A is predominantly then Colombian. But it also comes from the original haze brought as in seed form to Holland from back in the day. And so there are two streaks of it. So you have the original haze coming from Sam the Skunk Man that encapsulates actually all the hazes. But Neville was, so when Neville got the seeds from Sam or a part of it, so he threw them and he used two main haze males. And so the main terp profiles that is found commonly in haze hybridized strains such as Super Silver Haze or Jack Herer, they all come from these two haze males. And Haze A being more Colombian leaning, so a strong incense kind of funk to that typical strong, dark haze funk, while Haze C is more like, it has that too, that frankincense kind of smell, but it has more fruity undernotes like this, like I say, okay, it's more lemony, and so it's all, so people that I've sent these clones to, mainly A5, which is Northern Lights 5 cross to Haze A. So A5 is a phenotypical expression that was held here in Holland as clone only, let's say, and being preserved as such. And then there is C5, and that's also the same NL5 from back in the day, from the US of A. And then cross to Haze C, and it has a totally different profile. And according to its breeder Neville, they say, so these two were siblings in a way. And I think they weren't directly brothers, I think more like nephews. And I think Haze A is an older kind of variety that more leans to Colombian, maybe Mexican influence to it, but mainly Colombian, let's say. And Haze C maybe from a later batch where also a Southeast Indian kind of Thai maybe was bred into the Sativa hybrid. And then so there's some difference between these. These are the main two. Then you have Tom Hill's haze. Tom Hill is an American that also delved into the original hazes from Sam the Skunk Man and developed his own inbred line of it. And so that's called Tom Hill's haze, and he has also really remarkable specimens. But you know, going through these 100% full blood hazes is like so it's like an endeavor, okay? It takes fuck long to grow them. So like say 90% of them are not really specimens that are worthy to cultivate indoors because they take too long, they're too finicky, they grow like monstrous plants that will, you know, cover your room. So it's like a really crazy thing to being able to delve through an original haze seed batch and find that one particular standout specimen, okay? Not many growers go through these lengths, especially indoors, because it just, it costs too much, okay? You can only do it in outdoor maybe, you know? And so certain places in US of A are more suitable to cultivate outdoors and than here in Holland, because we have shit climate. So we have good climate to veg, but everything molds out from October on because it's too humid, too cold, too wet. And so to really tap into hazes and find that gold, it's only for the really passionate diehards. And then when you have found that, it's usually the males, they bring a lot of good stuff to original cultivars that were, so the females. For instance, the Northern Light 5 stood out in its morphology, when it didn't have a strong aroma to it. So that's why it was an ideal mother parental to, you know, put Haze A and C on her. And then for Neville and for a lot of people here, they consider that to be the best ones, the NL5 hazes, okay? Mainly like A5, C5, and then also the Neville's haze, which is A5 cross to Haze C. Right, but I find that, so from the heirlooms that I have been able to preserve, there is one more that stands out, and that's the G13, the original G13 from back in the day, cross to Haze A. and we still have that also. It's called AG13, we call it, and it's also a standout in all around speaking, and can stand surely next to the C5, A5, and Neville Haze heirloom clone-only cuttings, because these are clone-only, so they're not reproducible anymore in seed form.
So is there any seeds available, any of this haze, any of your haze lines? Are people able to buy this, or is it just clone?
Yes, so I collaborate with making my seeds available with mainly the original Dumpling coffee shop in Amsterdam. And so you can find my genetics on their Instagram. It's called OD Genetics. Okay. And there I make available. So the Isaac Haze was a good one. It's an AG13. So the AG13 used as non-parental. And then, so the two of my favorites are actually AG13 and C5. And so I wanted to merge these, but yeah, they're two females. So it was so then I was searching for this stud to pollinate either one of them. And so I did some research, and then I tried Malawi and some African strains, but wasn't really satisfied. And then I turned to Mr. Nice, because he has so Shanti works also with similar genetics, but in seed form from back in the day from Neville descent, and he created his own NL5 Haze C. So it's not really a full sister plant of C5, because the NL5 in it is from a different era, let's say. But I thought that would be good, so I can merge so a C5 kind of like plant, almost similar, and that is still around in seed form. Find a stud in that, in the regular seed, so a good strong male, then pollinate it on the C5, so you're kind of inbred C5 as being the father parental, because I was looking for a stud. That was, so I was looking for actually like reversing, for instance, C5 and using that pollen too, but I don't like to reverse. So I rather find something to outcross it with regularly. And then, so I found this male that resembled the C5 a lot in morphology, also the stem rub and everything. So it was really a standout, and I used that male to pollinate AG13 with. And then this line was then later renamed to Isaac Haze and made available through the coffee shop in Amsterdam, which I refer to Original Dumpling. And then I also work with A-Seeds. It's a Spanish breeder, and so breeder company. And so they had interesting landrace varieties, also NLD Dawn varieties that I thought was interesting to merge with these old heirlooms. And so it's a different, so I like to share these clones with people that know what they're doing, or I work them myself, or they have suitable kind of parentals also in their stock to merge with, because for me it's like to enhance the NLD spectrum, and not so much go to that WLD spectrum of the strains, because that's been done for over a long time. So Super Silver Haze and Jack Herrer, for instance, are two of the main examples when they take also a parental such as C5 and then use a skunk male. And then you have another great line, of course, but so Super Silver Haze or Jack Herrer, they're actually sister plants coming from the same breeding, but so they all kind of went each their own way, so to speak, with phenotypical expressions and being worked further.
Yeah, the Super Silver Haze, definitely, at least what we used to get back then, some of that was like a metally haze. Then there was like a cap pissy pheno of it. There was like 3 different phenos we got down there in South Florida, but it was the Cubans that were growing it back then. So I never really noticed it was sort of like Jack though, but it definitely was like an incensey, a metallic, and a cap pissy. There was like 3 different phenos of it that we used to get. And
yeah. Sounds familiar. Yeah. So it all boils down to the same origin. And the origins are what I said, so they all come from the same original haze batches that were the oldest ones, and so they're also the most authentic. And so it's good to know that it's still a part of our reality in as pure form as we can have it. And these heirlooms really, so they still stand out to these days until this present day actually. But so. It's pushed in a corner of obscurity also a little bit. But some people in America and also Canada, they are starting now to embracing these NLD varieties more, because I think, like I say, when the legislation will progress further and there will be more maturity in the market, people will embrace these genetics for what they are, and also be able to work them to a certain potential. Because when I watch America, for instance, the commercial market over in California, so it collapsed completely because everybody was doing the same thing, cookies and cakes. And so there was no variety, right? And so they all kind of, produce the same, and so the market collapses underneath it. So, like diversity would help in to create a better balance and also a better commercial value to certain things, okay? Because, so it has its effect more globally now, because when Holland starts to import Cali strains, for instance, and they are making it here available for outrageous prices, it does something to the rest of the market too, you know what I mean? So it kind of then devaluates certain things that are actually have a better value, but so it's not kind of rewarded in that way because it's not hyped in such form. So the hype in strains these days is also much more crazy than ever before, so to speak, okay? And so, so it's so this market needs to, like simmer into a more mature stage. And then I think it will be much better to be a cannabis, or to embrace cannabis and being able to cultivate it. But I think maybe also like these strains are more for the home grower, that people that grow for their own and want this special thing in their stash, this kind of finesse, this champagne kind of thing, to have it around. And so we'll see how things will evolve further. But I think it's much more so the hype. So there's kind of an edgy thing about this whole commerce. And so it's like when I get high from my weed, I think capitalism sucks, But so we live in this capitalist world, and so we all want to make money. We all need money. So you cannot evade it. So you have to merge these two opposites from each other, and be able
100%.
to do it.
Yeah.
And so when you put your heart with it and you stay with what your value and you put quality into your work, so it will always reward in itself. You know what I mean? Even though it's not money wise, you get high in a different level, and that by itself is what you're actually doing it for it, right?
That's the part that's priceless. You can't put a dollar amount on that. And when you have people out there, listen, I think there's people. I have people ask me for Haze, and there's plenty of people that are probably in the room right now because there's a lot of questions. We'll get to them that I know would love to get these genetics in their hands. I have people that ask for Haze all the time. I love Haze. I'm a huge Haze lover. So this is a good conversation right now. I think a lot of people are enjoying it because to know that stuff's still there and hear a little bit about the history of it and where it comes from. I would love to bring some of your genetics over here. I just don't know how to do that. I would love to be able to offer some of your genetics here. I think it would be a beautiful
I'm working on that. But so sometime in the future, so I was planning to go to the States just in 2019, but then this whole COVID shit put like things between it. And so from there on also, so police raids, so robberies, you don't want to know, okay? So like I say, we're still in the trenches here. And so it's hard to, so for instance, I was working on some new strains with the same male that was, so it's like the Neville's brothers, it's the same C5 based male, but then we pollinate the Neville's Haze with it. And then there's a backcross to C5, which is called CC Top. So we had these seeds ready to make available. And then, so a robbery happened. And so, bam, it's finished. Okay. And then you have to go through it all again. And so these things, that's also, that's working in the trenches. But so this question that what I see is Mike, which is your favorite of the Haze profiles? So all of them, I would say. But so, to be honest, like the Haze A dominating strain, so this old Colombian dominating like Haze A, right? So A5 and everything that comes from it, it usually is more, it takes more energy from somebody to indulge yourself in this kind of day-to-day kind of smoke because, they are profound, so they have this profound potency, and so it can consume a lot of your energy, while Haze C, this has a more playful character, and is better to use on frequent basis. So so it's it's a personal preference, and it can vary in a certain set and setting. So sometimes a good A5 haze or something really strong can really uplift you when you're in the right mood and everything comes together in the right place. But I would not, so it's not my daily toke. I also don't smoke so much weed. I sample everything I grow, of course, and everything I do. But so mainly I smoke import hashies with tobacco. So I know it's like, how do you call it, blasphemy in America to smoke something with tobacco. But that's how it's like culturally embedded. And also I come from an era where hashish was the main thing still in Holland. And you had the first kind of, indoor wheat varieties available. But before that, it was like import also, Colombian gold in bricks, or like Thai sticks or Thai wheat in bricks, or some African brick wheat. And so that was closest leading to what we absolutely love. And that's import hashish from the countries where it's, where they make this stuff okay, like Nepal or Kashmir, or, like good Moroccan, for instance. So a lot of hashish just disappeared, like Lebanese hashish, Turkish hashish. It's finished, it's gone. Like good Himalaya hashish. So like in the 90s, it was everywhere available throughout Holland. Now it's like, it's all gone, and they all want to replace it with like extracts made from, like indoor grown wheat, or like, so it's not to say, it doesn't have the same character. It doesn't say it's bad, but so it's usually pure and strong, but it doesn't have that same character as the import hashish of the. So imagine when cannabis grows at an altitude of 5,000 meter high in certain valleys, so you get a different kind of resin production, so all the environment elements are into play, the soil, the mountains. So when you then make an extract out of it in like an exquisite way, like dry sifted, and so you get something that is divine, okay? Yeah, you're high as fuck. That's definitely true. But that's the way. Yeah, so that's why we love what we love. Okay.
Yeah, man. Listen,
do what we
really
do.
Cool. I like hearing that conversation about the hash too, because I just had this pin by this guy right here, and he's allegedly a hash. He's allegedly a hash maker in Canada, and he kills it. So he's one of the few guys I know that's actually still making like, traditional hash per se. Whereas a lot of the guys, a lot of the younger generation is obviously making like rosin and all these other solventless, but he's still making old school traditional hash allegedly. And he actually had a question. He was curious about a haze that finishes in under 12 weeks.
A haze that finishes under 12 weeks. So so it's a haze hybridized strain. So, but for instance, so when you get a batch of original haze, so they're not available anymore, but back in the day, like Tom Hills did too. So he went through all these lines, and then he pollinated what he thinks. So he bottlenecked the strain to a certain kind of expression that he valued. So he made it more like to his kind of personal preference, let's say. And he did it in a really good way. So he also selected plants that were shorter in flowering expressions, okay, but still had that haze profile and flavor, But so it's rare that a haze goes under like 90 days flowers. I wouldn't call per usually these strains haze. They at best are haze hybridized, and so they lean either to one side or the other. But so the longer they flower, per usually, the more profound their potency will be, because it's in that extra mileage that the resin takes it to a longer level, and so that makes it also more profound. So I wouldn't call anything under 12 weeks haze necessarily. A haze hybrid, yes. And so everybody, of course, is keen on using that haze terminology in their offspring, even if it's a 9-weeker. They all call it haze. But so, it can contain haze. But when you select out of a hybridized haze and you select for the 10 to 9 weekers, or between 9 and 11 week, you get a certain amount of haze that is carried within that certain variety, but it won't be the same as a 14-weeker, okay? Because of these 3-4 weeks flower difference. You know what I mean? And so I wouldn't call anything under 12 weeks haze per definition, not. But it's a personal thing, okay? So each to their own in that regard, okay? Freedom of speech and everything. But so from experience, I'm like, okay, so everything under 13 weeks is not haze, and everything that goes beyond it or like near it, yeah, well, you can call that haze, okay. But actually, it's also hybridized haze. True haze, like the really original hazes back then, well, they flowered, yeah, also never ending, okay. So you had to, like, these are wild plants. And so that's why also a lot of people don't want to cultivate them because, yeah, well, if you not know what you're doing, you grow a bunch of hay. And so it doesn't taste like anything and it's garbage. Nobody wants it. So if you're then like 20 weeks further and so nobody wants it, not even yourself, you use like a stash full of hay. So when you do that 2 times, it's like this. Yeah, when you quit growing hay, believe me, you go to something else. And so that's why it's also, so it has its natural diversion between like the hardcore people and the people that say, yeah, well, so I like to smoke it, but you're gonna grow it, man. Fuck you, man. You're crazy.
Yeah, man. I see so many people in here right now that, we hopefully eventually sometime in the future, man, we could bring some of your genetics here because I feel like a lot of people will be stoked, because you have a lot of home growers in here where they don't care. They're not worried about, the large grows. Like they want to grow the best of the best. And I feel like for anybody that's smoked haze and knows the effect of haze and the tastes, it's like, I think people in America at this point are really sort of over like the cookies and, a lot of this like newer hype stuff. And I think people would love and be super excited to be able to get some of this, some of the old hazes, especially from someone like you that's been holding this stuff down for as long as you have. So
yeah, working on that. So I do my best to like provide, but like, as I said, okay, it's not an easy thing, and so also there's no really like strong. Yeah, well, so I have to go to America for it, let's say, okay, and so bring my heirlooms and do some work there, maybe collaborate with some people, and then we can take it to a different level, okay. But so for now, so I work small, like I say, and I do. So I aim for quality, okay. That's like the most important thing. And so it's also limited, let's say. But yeah, hopefully I can grow further. And, like it would be nice to be able to do some work in the US because yeah, of the market. And I think also, like you said, like a lot of home growers would really like to tap into this form of genetics. So I'm doing my best to make new seeds and hopefully make them available throughout the US and everybody can delve into this beautiful, yeah, and apart specimens, okay. That's why I also did it. And so, but so it's not just me, because we also work in a community here in Holland. So without these people, also it would not be possible. So we have a little Haze collective going on, that I would say, and so everybody in it plays an equal important role, to ensure that this is still part of our reality. And so there are a lot of nameless people, also the people that I had the privilege to so get better acquainted throughout the 90s that held these hazes. And so it's more like a friends kind of, community thing also that's going on. And so, so it's also binds you as a group together, you know what I mean? And so, because like I say, okay, imagine if I keep just these plants, so I got so many raids and whatnot and burglaries and so then it's gone. And so if you don't have proper backups with people that you can trust, yeah, so it's gone forever. And so it's a collective endeavor. And yeah, well, we are keeping on doing what we're doing, okay? And so that's why I also like to work with this particular coffee shop in Holland, being the original Damkring, because it's throughout time. He's still like, so he's keeping things real, let's say. And that's really great that people know their business. And so because of, yeah, like I say, sometimes the hype can throw really like an awful lot of noise throughout what I consider to be the basis of our community, and that's people who want to get high. And what's getting high? So they also say, yeah, cannabis is medicinal. Yes, of course, because that's what it's medicinal about. When you get high, you have your medicine, okay? But so legislators do not understand that principle, and so they kind of, yeah, well, they'd rather get drunk, let's say. Which is,
yeah, I mean, America's
whatever.
America's coming around to that, medicine. It's coming around to that. So, like I said, we've come a long way since the 90s, really. It was the exact opposite back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So when I came on the board with the Americans, so these people were facing 30 years imprisonment, and they all said, oh, you're so lucky you're in Holland that it's legal. I'm like, it's not legal. So I also, I cannot, like show this to people because, but so facing 30 years imprisonment is a different kind of thing, okay? And so over that short period of time, like say in a 10-year span, these people are, so some of them, they grow like to be one of the biggest cultivators in America. Well, I'm still here in the trench now, so I talk to these people sometimes. What do you think now? And so usually these people even stepped out of cultivating cannabis because, so you step up and then you go to like, for instance, fertilizer or whatever, because it's easier to do that as to cultivate cannabis because, so it's our agricultural thingy, and so everything must go right, you know what I mean? So it's not an easy thing. And so making fertilizer and bringing that, it's like more easy. But anyway, so do you still go off trichomes to determine when you're done? Not really, actually, okay? So for me, it's like the plants, they drink, right? And so I have this, so I know what I'm doing, so I know what I'm growing, and therefore I can anticipate on what the time span will be of like flowering time, etc., etc. And so I also grow hydroponic on rock wool. And so for me, it's like I try to grow them and feed them correctly. So most people overfeed. That's a tip of cultivation. So less is more in the fertilizer department usually. And so you give them what they need. And so at the end, I flush them out because, I want like, so everything. So I don't grow for leaf to have big leaf yields. So for me, a good plant is like when this leaf is all kind of curled up and yellowed out, but the buds are kind of, and so they decrease in drinking. So before they're ready, you see really a decline in their drinking behavior. So that's the plant saying, I'm ready, chop me. So that's for me more important than the color of the trichomes per essence, or a certain percentage must be amber, etc., etc. So it could be for certain strains and varieties, but not all. So it's a little bit of a misconception, I think.
He said,
I see that also. Also because it's hybridized haze, and usually when you select for shorter flowering cycles. So for instance, you have a batch of super silver haze, you throw it, and so then you select parentals that go up to 10 weeks max, and so you ditch the longer flower because you think they're unpractical, or maybe they don't yield so much, or whatever it is. So it tastes still like haze, but the extra weeks don't have that same profound effect on you. And so usually commercial people, they select for the 9-weekers, like I say, and don't go for even 11-weekers because they think that's that extra mileage. Well, actually, and also it can be that a lot of cultivators take it early. Just, it's too early. So you just take it before the magic begins, so to speak. And so it might then have the taste, but it doesn't have that raw sheer potency. I always say the longer, the stronger. Also, it's relative a little bit, but so let them go as long as they possibly can, okay? And so usually minimum 100 days for hybridized haze versions, but full-blooded hazes, they can go, so like I say, at least to 120 days. And so when you take a 120-day strain or cultivar at 90 days, so you lose all its magic. It still tastes like haze, but so it's not so profound as like the 14-weeker will be. Simple. The difference between Haze and Kush. So Haze comes from equatorial regions and Kush comes from more northern regions in Afghanistan. That's why it's called Kush, because of the Kush mountains in Afghanistan. So Kush is certain typical of an Afghan land-race dominant variety, or that's the descendant of modern Kushes. While Haze is equatorial and comes from Southeast Asia, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Colombia, so Central America, South America, so these areas, equatorial. Yeah, so yeah, one day I will come to Canada for sure.
They're about to be the 51st state, so they're going to be part of America soon enough.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. I would say good luck with everything, really. I mean it from the heart, because fuck me, man. Times are critical these days. But anyway, that's another story.
What's this? I normally see plants stop drinking twice. They will start drinking again, and then when they stop drinking again, okay, is when they're done.
Yeah. So that's about, I think, so I have that effect too a little bit. So when I start flushing them, so they're eagerly still wanting like more fertilizers, and so they kind of drink more than before, so to speak, okay? But then they decline again, and then you know they're ready. So it's kind of also a cultivating strategy and methodology to provide the best kind of flower, so, because growing Haze indoors is an artificial thing, so to speak. So you give them what they need, and you make sure the environment is to what they need. And Hazes, they need like equatorial more. So you don't put like 10 Hazes under one light. So I maximum grow 4 under one light, because they will be monster plants if they are truly Hazes, right? So 10 of them, they will suffocate each other. And so you won't ever get them in a really right way flower, because they just take too much air and they will leaning on each other and they will just suffocate each other. But growing 4 of them with a sufficient air replenishment, etc., then you can grow them big and they're strong and they will yield impressively. So methodology, and so the awareness of what you're doing with cultivation, these certain specific varieties, is really key of having a great end product. Yeah, these purple stems, yes, when it's cold, they grow purple. So that means you have to up your climate per usually. Not saying in certain Haze varieties, they can be these purple expressions, but so I don't see it very often. But when it's cold, they will decolor and go purple because they don't like it so much. And so it's not really the best sign then, in my personal limited experience of growing these particular cultivars. So there are many out there, so I didn't do them all. The best hashies, so yeah, well, it depends on your personal preference, okay? So dry sift, I think, is still a methodology that works charming, but it's best also in cooler environments. So you keep your material actually between 0 and 3 degrees, just as you do with isolator. On these temperatures and in a sterile environment, dry sift can, produce really remarkable, because so when you do ice, you wash away a lot of the terpenes with water, because you use it as a solvent. It's just water, but still it washes away a lot of the terp profile, but you encapsulate the cannabinoids. But so dry sift will better guarantee its flavor, so to speak, and so that also tweaks the high that it produces, right? Because it modifies the high. And so when it's still flavorable, I like it better. So my preference is dry sift methodology compared to a solvent strain-based extract, personally. Yeah. And so rosin can also be nice if you have fresh flowers of it. But so you have to dab that, and I'm a joint smoker, and so I rather smoke the herb than so I like a dab once in a while, so it's all good, but every day, so it's not for me. But so yeah, it's a personal preference.
Nice. Let's go. Yeah. I know there's a couple in here, yeah.
The Band-Aid, yeah, I like that one. So that was also a good thing. So I got that from America, right? The Band-Aid. So they sent it to me. And so this one could really, she can stand next to these old heirlooms. It has the same vigor and profound morphology to it when you dial it in really good. And so it impressed me really in the best possible way. And it's also a Haze A reminiscent cultivar. So it's definitely Haze A leaning, but so it has a much better potency in a personal preference, I say, because it's more dreamy and uplifting, and it's not so sturdy and introspective and paranoid inducing as, for instance, A5 by itself can be, or Neville's Haze is. They're more kind of this racy, raw, dark. So the Band-Aid is then more uplifting, but it has the same incense flavor to it also. So it's, yeah, so I liked it in every possible way. And so thank God that was also, so the male of that Band-Aid is A5 crossed to a thing called Miracle Thai. But so I rather call it Miracle because nobody knows exactly what it is that pollinated the A5 back in the days. But so from these seeds, one male was sprouted in America by a guy named Doc D that works with Bodhi. And these two guys, I think Doc D by itself actually had this male. It's sadly gone, but he pollinated then the Cuban Black Haze with it. And from there came the Band-Aid number 7. And actually now that you're speaking of, I was thankful to be able to send along with the Band-Aids also seeds from the same seed line that I'm currently tapping into. And I have a sister plant of the Band-Aid number 7 now. That is not a strong morphology speaking, but the herb that comes from it is fire, man. Fuck me. So it's really great. And so that's good, okay, to being able to collaborate
that's
with
really
people.
good.
I also have a little brother. So that's for future breeding prospects. Yeah, that's it, okay.
They just want the best herb possible. You know, most of these people, most people really don't care about like, you know, weight or anything. They care about just the, you know, the best effects, best taste. I don't think many people
preferably
care.
Both. So that's why these heirlooms got selected, because they bring best the two. So they bring these two together, okay? So the C5, A5, and these old preserved heirlooms, they got preserved for a reason, and that's because they carry all the goodness of the haze, let's say, in the when it comes to high. But so they also, when you know how to dial it in, so they profound in the yield factor, okay? So they blow everything away in terms of yield when you really know how to dial it in. And the Band-Aid stand next to them. It's also one of these cultivars that is spectacular if you can really dial it in. And so that's the difference, okay? If you cannot, it's also very finicky, airy, loose, so it will provide a nice smoke, but it will so diminish your yield factor because it lacks air. So they're big plants, they need a lot of air replenishment, so there is never no overkill in air ventilation and stuff like that when you want to really dial them in right. And so when you don't, they go all finicky and like loose and airy buds, and so you have a lot of weed, but a lot of trim work. And so not so much weight, right? The African haze, it impressed me a lot. So when I went to PIFCon, like I said, 2 of them impressed me a lot. And so I also read a former question. It was not the Band-Aid 7 by itself, but Band-Aid 7 Congo. So I know they're working the Band-Aid 7, and so there's like Nobody's Nurseries, I think it's called. I think they're Canadian also. They're embracing the work of Bodhi and Doc D and doing further examinations of, they also obtained the A5 and C5 because I sent it stateside. And so it's roaming through the States now as we speak. And so also landing into the hands of people that can really also embrace it and understand it, because so people that cannot understand it will lose these plants automatically because they cannot tap into its potential. Hazes did Tom Hill work with, I think it was Seedsman Haze. He, or before that, so what's the name again before Seedman? It escapes me now. But so they were all batches of original haze that was made available by Sam the Skunk Man through, damn, it escapes me, fuck me, man. Anyway, but so, and so he bought seeds from that, I think. So Tom Hill is the only one that actually knows. But from my knowledge, he really tapped into the old original Haze seed line and created his own line by, doing selections and refining it further to his personal preferences. And so I think he did a lot of good job with it, because there are not many people that are working with these kind of varieties, let alone then doing open pollinations by, in larger quantities, and then bundling back together and make it available to the public, like his version or reworked. And I think it's a marvelous job he did. Okay, a lot of people are fond of Tom Hill's Haze, so that speaks for itself. The high from Haze is mind blowing. It's worth growing. Yes, man, that's a good one. I think so too. Yeah, Bart, you're absolutely 100 on that matter. Why buffalo breed with Band-Aid and the Congo from Project of Dog D? Yeah, that could be okay. So that's why I want to come eagerly to either Canada and or the US of A, to really also being able to sample them, and to be also around people that cultivate them. So, so you can't know it if you don't grow it. It's also something
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
You can't know it if you don't grow it, kids. Remember that.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. And so when you grow it, you absolutely know it, so it's not something you consume anymore. It's part of your reality. You have to take care of it. It's like, for me, these plants are like a family, and also they bind me with, that's it. Okay. Yeah. And so they're an important marker. And so when you grow it, you really know it.
All right. Well, listen, guys, we have him for about 4 more minutes. The hours fly by. This is probably one of my favorite hours. No disrespect to anybody else that's come through, but I love Haze, and this was a really good conversation. But we do only have about 3 minutes left with him, 3.5 minutes. So if you guys have any last-minute questions for him, now is the time to try to get those last-minute questions in. I know it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning where he is. Don't forget, he's across the ponds. So
in the old world, yeah. So it was a pleasure being here, just so you know. And I hope, some people, picked up on some things. And so I'm eager. So I'm always open for correspondence. They can find me, like you say, on Instagram. It's Yo Sammy 347. So Yo Sammy, and then the number's 347, and then you can,
make sure you guys give a follow. So on the post that I put up, the post I put up every week for you guys to see, I have everybody tagged from tonight on there, so you guys could actually go right to that post and give him a follow. He has a private account. You guys blow it up. There's 70 people in here. You all should be sending him a request to follow him on Instagram. And like I said, you guys will see it on the post. He's tagged on the post itself. Yeah, here we go.
And so
we got 808. He's coming in next. He has a question for you.
Yeah, well, so my favorite type strain of all time. So there were some occasions that blew me away, and some of them. So I went to South Africa, and there I smoked original Durban Poison, well cultivated. That blew me away. So the Neville's Haze, of course, from back in the day, and A5, and so the Hazes also blew me away. And so I had the privilege also to go to Mexico, for instance. I also smoked there, something that absolutely obliterated me in the most positive way. It was also with the scenes of Palenque and everything. So that was a really nice experience. So anything that kind of has that thing. But the best smoke for me is Nepalese hashish, okay? So it's the highest of the high. And so the real Afghan seeds, they are found in Afghanistan.
That's a good answer. That's a very good answer. There you go.
Yeah.
It was a great brew tonight. We're not done yet. I am gonna let him go. We have about 1 minute left. I'm gonna let him go to sleep. Hey man, I'd love to have you come back sometime. The hour flew by.
Yeah, man. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, really good conversation. And we'll talk. We'll talk in the future. And
absolutely.
Yeah, I really appreciate
enjoy the rest of your time here with the rest of the guests. And so, yeah, man, all the best in the new world, I would say. All the luck in the world to you. And you stay airy as motherfuckers, okay? That's all I can say. All right, best with the best herb in your stash possible.
There you go. All right.
All right.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
we'll talk again soon for sure.
Okay, peace.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
All right. So we also have, I think we have who's coming up next. I think we got 808 coming up next. 808. I'm going to put up my little 30-second banner here. so I could stand up, stretch for 1 second. You know, we started a little bit earlier than tonight, but listen, guys, if you can see the top, we still have Canna Research, 808, and Kauai to Cotton Seeds. So we still have 3 breeders coming through tonight. Hang out, and give me about 30 seconds here, and 808 should be in a second. Let me see, where's this at? Bang. All right, we're back. It looks like it paused on Instagram for some reason, though. Let me see. I might have to restart it on Instagram. I don't know why it paused. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, I think we're back. All right, we're back on Instagram too. All right, cool. Let's go. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody. Happy New Year. Creates a great in the house. Let's go. Smash that. Yeah, let them know. Let them know. Smash that heart. We're Sparkstar. What you mean Sparkstar? Yo. I'm working on a breeding project and trying to find real Afghan seeds here in the U.S. Gotcha. He's actually in Amsterdam. So yeah, he's in Amsterdam. Wait, we got Kauai. Wait, it was you were up next or 808? Hold on, I'm gonna bring you in for a minute, but I think it was supposed to be. Let me take a look real quick. Yeah, whatever, chunk, whatever, fool. Shit. Wait, let me check the. Hey, 808, where are you at? I mean, hey, it's cool. We can do it either way.
Yeah, I don't want it to me.
Damn, fucking Ross. Damn, Fresh Coast. I just seen your post. They all over you, bro. That's just crazy. Dang. Hold on. So we have. Yeah, it should be 8 to 9. Should be 808. I don't know where he's at though. Hold on. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna give him a call real quick. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page time-wise. That's all. Oh shit! I see you, fool. I see you. Should we put it back up? I mean, we can put the banner back up. Let's go. Bam. I mean, I'm just gonna leave that up there for a minute. You know what I mean? Because I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement on the. Oh, I see the Z's too. You know, I noticed the Z's before. I wanted to point out the Z's before. I really wanted to point out the Z's before. I appreciate that. I just happened to look down on Instagram too, so that was it was a timing thing. That was definitely a timing thing. All right, so let's go. I mean, we might as well get into it. I don't see. Oh, 808's right there. Let him go. It's all good. I can come on after. Okay, so I'm gonna have you in now, and then hey, 808, if you want to come in with, I know Canna Research wanted to be in with you at around the same time, so you guys can talk a little bit about the collab that's going on. But I'll be with him for an hour, and then Canna Research and you guys can come in together if you want.
Yeah,
totally up to you. All right.
We're all good.
Yeah, no, I'm talking. Yeah, I see him right there. He said, let him go. That's what I was talking about. He can come later, he said. So, all right, perfect. So, all right, we're going to get into it with this guy right here. This is Kauai to Cotton Seeds. We definitely, I had him on before, but we had other people in. So, I feel like, you know, a one-on-one with him was necessary instead of having, other people. I'll probably have Jake. I'll probably have 808 and kind of research in around the same time to close it out tonight, guys. So, but we're going to get into it with 808 with Kauai to Cotton Seeds right now. And he's out of Hawaii. So for anybody that doesn't know who you are, introduce yourself. And let's get into it.
I am Sebastian from Kauai to Cotton Seeds. And I've been breeding for 30 years. And it's a passion of mine, and I love the plant. I got passed down from my father. I'm carrying on his legacy of this amazing plant. And I guess we'll start with my background of it. I started growing when I was like 13 years old and fell in love with it. You know, it's such an amazing plant. I always liked growing things from when I was really little, and then fell in love with this plant. And, you know, hit some hard times in my life where I wasn't able to be around the plant, and it was real hard. But I'm back now and back in the groove, and I'm here to put out some amazing genetics for you guys.
Hey, we've all been through hard times, bro. You know,
I know that. I
feel like if we've been around the plant long enough, most of us have dealt with the, you know, if we're old enough too. Obviously, this generation will never know the shit that we went through. You know,
Yeah.
I'm being real. You know,
our parents went through before us. You know.
Oh, for sure, bro. From my parents to us, and I feel like this, you know, the new generation will never understand that. They just won't, and that's good. Like that's the path that we set for them. You know, we really did.
That's what we're looking for. Exactly, bro.
All right, so
anyway,
yeah, I want to talk a little bit about. Okay, so he's out of.
Go ahead. The Luda Spirit. I have it right here for you guys. So this is the lineage of the Luda Spirit. I took the SF OG and I crossed it to my father's K19, which was a heavy sativa version of the Kauai Electric. And I came up with the Lilikoi OG. And the Lilikoi was just amazing. Passion fruit flavored OG buds that just knocked you out. It was just straight fruit gas. And then I crossed that to the Fire OG. And that was where I got Luda's OG. The reason for the Luda name was because my dog Luda passed away. He had a stroke or something underneath the plant, the seeded plant. So I designated the strain to him. And then I crossed Luda OG to the Mendo Montage, which I got from 808 Genetics 15 years ago or so. And I back crossed it back to the Luda OG, and I called that was, I made a Luda F3 or the BX, it was a BX2. And then I took that BX2 and crossed it back to the Luda OG again and made the BX3. And then that's what the BX3 is, what I named Luda Spirit. And Luda Spirit. Oh, wait. No, that was the. Sorry, I'm going backwards. I can't do it backwards or from the back of the paper.
Listen, not everybody could be 517. Just take your time. It's fine. Yeah. Not everyone could be 517, bro. You know that man got a thing about the lineage. It's crazy. You know.
Oh, I know. I've heard him, bro. I trip on his lineage. I mean, I know what I did, and I got it written down, but I mean, it's still
hard
to say it. So anyway, so I had the Merple BX3 and Luda Spirit, and I crossed those two together.
Which was the Mendo Perps, the train wrecked, the Aloha White Widow. So that was a Gage Green strain.
Yes. Yeah. And then I took that, and so that made Luda Spirit number 2, which was the most amazing plant I've ever seen. Just vigor, growth, everything. It had blood red hairs. You know, it was an amazing plant. If you go on my pages, you can see pictures of it. And I crossed that with the Luda Alien Fire, which was Luda OG to Alien Fire. And then I bred those two together, and that's what made Luda Spirit in outer space. And that is the father plant that I've been using in my breeding.
I just had to throw that up there because I agree with that. I feel like a lot of us, you know, that's real what he just said, what they just said. Okay, so that's going to be the Luda Spirit right there, you guys. I'll add that onto the website. I think they sent me over that that graph, so I'll put it on the website. This stuff I did take the time yesterday to make sure all this stuff's on the website right now. That's why I threw up the code at this point, because of the simple fact that you guys, if there's anything that we talk about tonight that you guys, you know, are interested in, that's why I threw the code up. You know, that is the code that's going to give you guys 15% off, always on all new drops, on everything that's on there. And this is a new drop that we just put on there. So we'll talk about all the drop. There's a bunch of stuff on there. You know, it's the prices do range from 20 to 200. So we'll talk about the $20 stuff, the $100 stuff, and the $200 stuff. And this is all on the site now. So, and I'm going to put the questions up as you guys have them. So we'll try to, you know, I'll try to get to your guys' questions. I'll try to get to all your guys' questions. Ask any questions you guys have too.
The spirit crack is Luda Spirit crossed to green crack. Is what spirit crack is, and yes, it is fire. And we actually have a special on our website for today. You can grab a pack of spirit crack, 12 regular seeds for $20 with $12 shipping. So it's $32 a pack. And you can do the same on yours, Dark, if you want for those.
I got someone telling me I don't have a neck, dude. You're crazy. I definitely got a neck, fool. No double chin. Nah, I got a motherfucking neck, fool. And a big one, too. I'm just saying.
But the spirit crack is fire, you guys. That is an unbelievable cross right there. I've seen 3 main phenos that I've hunted through the first time, and every single one is just amazing.
Lenny is posting on all the Instagrams right there. So there you go. So tell me a little bit about the effects on that. You know, the green crack is a cultivar. I feel like, you know, talk a little bit about the effects. Let them know a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, with the Luda Spirits effects, Luda Spirit is a real mellow flavor. Has a light, piney. You know, it's kind of an OG flavor. It's a piney lemon, really light citrus, really light pine, with real fruity notes to it. Real mellow smoke. Doesn't grab your lungs, but it's an amazing strain because it has no ceiling. The more you smoke, the more you're gonna get high. You know, it's one of those strains that it's what I worked for, was to make something that pretty much everybody would like, that, you know, would have an amazing effect. You smoke a little bit of it, it's a really uplifting, motivating type strain. You take 3 or 4 bongies of it and you're stuck on the couch. You know, that was with the God Bud, you know, and you know, those the Lady Fire is another one with the no ceiling. You know, they were all strains that I put in there. Yeah, the outdoor spirit crack is looking better than most indoors. That it's unbelievable, bro. It's magic.
Have you grown any sticky finger seeds? Oh, you're talking about the breeder? You talking about the female, the sticky fingers? Yeah, I'm trying to get. I've been trying to get her to. If we're talking about the same person, and I'm not gonna take away from what we're doing, I've been trying to get her to come on Breeder Night for a long time. So, I think I think
no,
that's
I haven't
what you're
grown any of her stuff that I know of. The only I have the lady fire. The alien fire I got was gifted to me from somebody. Was somebody I traded. I traded somebody the Lilikoi OG for it. I traded the cut, and it was an amazing strain. That alien fire.
Okay, so we talked about the spear crack, the looted spirit, right? Well, let's go down the line. Let's talk about some of the medicinal ones. There's a couple like $20 packs on there. You have them, we listen to them as medicinal strains. Let them know a little bit about those.
Yeah, the medicinal ones are all going to be real high, full spectrum strains. Luda Spirit in outer space. That's another thing about it, is it has a full profile. It comes higher CBD numbers. Like it has CBD numbers. It has THC. The THC is skyrocketed, and then you have THCV. CBD, CBG, CBN, they all fall in there in the phenos of the Luda Spirit. When my friend grew it out in Arizona and had them tested, they were testing unbelievable. And then I sent him buds, and he had them tested, and it was also. I haven't tested anything since I've started growing again, so I can't verify any numbers on anything right now. But 808s, medicals, he had a few of those came back, and they were, his Moana gift crosses were really good. And I crossed the Luda to that, which is just gonna, pretty much whatever I cross the Luda Spirit to is gonna boost it. It's one of those. I worked on the strain to make a super vigorous, super just all around strain. It took me a lot of work to build that. I'm very proud of it.
I'm curious about the THCV. So which strains were you finding that in the medicinal ones? Both? Or how many strains did we drop on there? Medicinal wise.
The THCV is in the Luda Spirit, and that comes from the K19 is where the THCV comes from. Is from my dad's old breeding, which the K19 had Vietnamese and the Southern Thai in it, which both carry that THCV.
Okay, so they'll be able to find both of those should carry some THCV in it then.
Yeah, there should be traces, or that's the other thing is to there should be traces. There should be, like if you I have the K19 right now. I found it in my old seeds, and it's the most psychedelic strain I've ever smoked. Full of, like I get tracers from when I smoke it.
You mean like trails?
Like visual, yeah, like visual trails.
Like a haze. Like a haze,
yeah. It's unbelievable. It's one of the most amazing highs there is. Laughy, giggly, but some people they can't handle it. It'll make them straight weird out. I had people have a lot of problems with it. Also, the THC, yeah, like wig out, like straight go paranoid on you.
All right, let's go.
It's one of those ones, but it's not in the Luda Spirit. It's not super concentrated, but it is there, and it makes the high that much more all of effect, that much more enjoyable for me and anybody that I've had to smoke it.
I could say this, okay, Lone Star. I know the other 808 is in here right now, and I feel like everybody, I feel like there's something about the Hawaiian soil. You know, whether you call, I see a company called Hawaiianized. I'm not going to say the company, but I do understand why they say that, because I feel like something about the seeds grown in Hawaii. I get so much feedback, no shit, on the other 808. You know, this is why I want you guys to start to grow out this Kauai to Kind. I'm going to call 808 808. I'm going to call him Kauai to Kind. They're both on Kauai. So I really feel like it's something about the climate, the sun, the soil, the whatever it is, the environment in itself in Hawaii that creates just really, really, really good strains. So everybody I know in the States that's growing out, you know, the other 808, which I believe his will be, you know, I believe his, once people start getting their hands are growing out, are going to find the same thing. They fucking love it, man. So, you know, that's what I know from personal experience with customers and the 808, the other 808 brand. So yeah, maybe it's the volcanic ash. I don't know. It's something, bro. It's definitely something, you know.
Well, like I got a little backstory for you here. My dad, when he went to the military, he was a full-on nerd. He was 25 or 26. He got drafted. He went to college for. He was going to be a doctor. He went all the way to the autopsy table and backed out. Then he went to be a lawyer. He didn't want to lie to people. Then he started doing electrical engineering, and he got drafted. So then he went and joined the military, went to Vietnam, got put on the front line, sweeping mines, got sprayed with Agent Orange, got super sick. They put him in medical. He was in medical leave for a little while, and then they found his papers that he joined and that he had all this knowledge in computer engineering. So they put him on a crew that they went and built computers for the military. And all those guys were stoners, and he started smoking weed, and he fell in love with it. He never understood his ADD and stuff, you know, like why he couldn't sleep, why his mind was always running and he couldn't control it. You know, he worked with it. It worked for him, you know, he was a genius. But when he found marijuana, he found that it could level him out and he could actually get more done because he could actually focus. And then he fell in love with the plant, got out of the military, and when he was in the military, he was studying everything he could about the plant, how to grow it, how to do all of it, everything. Got out of the military, came to Hawaii because it's on that perfect line for the plant. And you know, he went a few places in the world, and he found that this was the place that had the cleanest air, because the plant picks up anything that's in the air. It picks up toxins and bad, you know, metals and whatever that's in the air, and it gets rid of it for us pretty much. The plant's a scrubber. It'll pull metals out of the ground. It'll pull poisons out of the ground and put it in itself to get it out of there. You know, it's an amazing plant. A lot of people don't understand that about the plant, you know, like, and that's another thing is, you know, the medical purposes of it, you know, like.
And they use other plants for that too. Like, you know, it is a cool thing. It's a cool thing to think about, really, because all plants are pulling in oxygen and, you know, or carbon dioxide,
putting out oxygen for us to breathe.
So, you know, it is cool when you really think about that
relationship between the two of us. Exactly. We can't survive without each other.
No, not at all. So, you know, grow more plants, plant a motherfucking tree, plant a weed tree. You know what I mean? No, that's cool. Like I love when we get in these conversations and, like, you know, like perspective, and like everybody sees things differently, and it's just cool conversations that come up, man. When it comes to the plant, like like the last guy, him being over there, and that's the one thing. This brings us all together. We would not be here together if it wasn't for the plant. And I feel like, I don't know, man. Like, I love the community. I really do. And these conversations are cool, man. Like, Wednesday nights to me sometimes, especially tonight, I'm not going to lie, I was like, wow, this is going to be 4 hours. I started early to make room, you know, make time for him because he was in Amsterdam. But guess what? And, you know, some of these conversations are just like, they're the best conversations, man. Who doesn't want to talk about, first of all, Hawaii? and genetics coming out of Hawaii, you know, and Amsterdam and Haze's. And I don't know, man. Like I sit here sometimes and I just really appreciate the conversations and the way that they go and the people that come through here. So, you know, I appreciate you for coming through, and I'm going to let you continue. I just felt the need to say that right now because, you know, sometimes things come up like that and you don't think about it. And then you really sit there and think about it and you're like, wow, like, it's a beautiful thing. Like, this plant is just an amazing, fucking beautiful thing, you know, that we're all able to share now.
Yeah, my dad's pick. Tell you the place. My dad's pick to grow was here or Jamaica. And you know why he didn't pick Jamaica? It was because he's a U.S. citizen, and it was just a little bit too much to do. So he picked Kauai.
And what more beautiful place in the world could it possibly? I mean, Jamaica's cool, but bro, I'm not gonna lie. If I have a choice between Jamaica and Kauai, it's not even. There's no question.
Well, he'd never been here. He went to Jamaica first, you know, and that was the place he was gonna go. He'd never been here, and then he came here on his last vacation on his tour because he was on Oahu. He flew over here, and he was all like, "Oh." He went and got a P.O. box that day so that when he got released 90 days later, this was his home address. They sent him here.
I'm saying, dude, it's Jamaica's cool to visit. I don't think I want to live there. Hawaii, definitely want to live there. But I see some on Instagram. I'm telling you guys on Instagram, you might as well come over here so I can throw your stuff up on the screen. I say it every week, but I get it. Some people don't want to come over to YouTube. It's fine. But I do see something cool he just said. And he said they used hemp at Chernobyl to trap the radioactive material. You know, that's fucking cool. Like, that is very cool.
Yep.
He says, "Go Bills, man, go Birds." I took off the hat. I should have left it on, man. I'm just saying. I see you. Go Bills. Go Bills. Go Bills. Go Birds. Let's go. But
so anyway,
Ray, that's cool, man. I
my dad
appreciate
picked here to grow because it's in that perfect belt, you know, for you can grow year round, and it's the perfect climate. And it actually
man, you guys
it never gets too hot here, you know, where a lot of places that is in this climate belt, that's the problem, is it gets too hot. So there is a period you can't grow because of the heat. Where here we just border it, you know, we just hit those 90s where we stay right under that.
And what are the shortest days that you guys have, even in wintertime there? Like what?
11.
11. So your days are relatively around 11 to 12 hours a day, regardless.
11 to 13.
I mean, that's like, you know, that is just perfect.
Yeah, no, it is. During the summer, you're all good. During the winter, you add 4 hours, 5 hours of light, and your plants will never flower. You know, they'll put out a hair here. They'll sex for you the whole time they're growing, but they won't flower.
Right. So you have to, okay. That's what's up, though. I don't know, man. In general, like, to have that much daylight, like, you know, us people in the north of the country, once, you know, we end up with. It's just crazy, man. I don't know. I appreciate that. That's all. I appreciate all that daylight. I love it. You know, give me daylight, man. I hate I hate it. So
no, I know. I know. I've been to a lot. I've been all over the United States. Winter, summer.
Okay, so let's talk about your growing style, your growing method, man. You know, you let them know. I mean, I know we joked a little bit in the past about, you know, microbes and this and that, but actually you're in Hawaii. Like, talk a little bit about you're all organic, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm all organic. I use mostly well, I've been using net lately. I'm using Nature's Pride. Their top dress and is just amazing. You know, it has everything you could possibly want in there. And then I feed about once a week I use fish emulsion and my own GFLs, my own ferments. And then during the flower, I use guanos and hydroslate teas.
Right.
To boost up but mostly top dress.
Okay. And are you indoors as well, or you're just purely
I'm
you do
purely
outdoors?
outdoors right now. I do a little. I'm playing around a little with. Just seedlings. You know, inside just starting up is indoors. I don't flower anything indoors. So
Okay.
outdoor Hawaiian sun.
Okay, and I saw, I saw with the hazes, the conversation we were having was about flowering time, and I'm not even going to really, but I am curious, because I saw 517 talk about crop steering and shorter flower times and all that. What do you think the average grower flowering time, like on these strains that we dropped, without any trying to steer it or anything like that, like where do you think that these flowering times are going to be
50 to
generally on
70
some of the
days.
strains we dropped?
50 to 70 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on something like the green crack cross, that's probably going to be a shorter flowering time.
Yeah, that's gonna be your shortest. I just did the spirit crack from seed. And when I flipped it, which I mean flipping it by I turn off the backup lighting outside, which is an LED light on it. I either have an LED spotlight or an LED light just on it. A single bulb, 9-watt bulb, and it keeps it from flowering when it's outside.
Okay.
And so when I turned the light off, it was 44 days. I cut it down, and it was mind blowing. I can show you pictures of it this morning. I just cut it down this morning. But yeah, just absolutely amazing.
Okay. Love the green aminos and Pride Lamb. We love. Let's go. What's up, Wheezy? Let's go. Alski in the house. I should have said that before, but I keep seeing the comment. Feels like it takes longer for plants to ripen when grown in organic. Do you find that?
No. It does not for me.
Okay.
I get faster ripening with organic than chemical.
All right,
I've never been able to flower something at 28 days with chemical fertilizers.
I mean, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Do you want to let them in on, it's up to you. I mean, I know that you're able to flower things out there a lot faster due to certain,
The main one is us having that perfect temperature when when we have our peak sun isn't our hottest time of the year. So we're at 75 degrees with 13 hours of direct sunlight. With 13 hours of direct sun, the plants do things you've never seen them do. We never could flower when I first grew. I could never flower at that time because I didn't use subsit lighting. I didn't have other lights. We just used seeds, and we grew outside in the guerrilla growing. Right. But once I learned about the LEDs, well, the first experience was a porch light that I had a couple blue dreams at my back porch, and they were 15 feet tall and they wouldn't go into flower. And my friends all like, "Hey, how often does that automatic light turn on?" And I was all, "Oh, every time the cat walks by." He's all, "That's why your plants aren't flowering." I was all like, "What? That'll make them not flower?" And he's all, "Yeah." And I was all like, "Holy shit." And I've bought some LED lights and I started doing, and I was just like, "What the, okay, here we go." And that first time when I flowered with 13 hours of sunlight, I finished at 32 days of flower. And I was all like, "Are you kidding me? How is this possible?" And then this year, when I started growing again, I did it again, and I did it at 28 days.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And it's part about the hard flip. It's part about setting them up. I
got to put it back up there because she nailed it. She nailed
28 days later. Yeah.
So put it back up there. I had to put it up there. She already knew it was coming.
The green. Okay. First of all, the green crack is one of the most amazing strains I've ever come across as a cultivar. It flowers out like you wouldn't believe. Fast, frosted, terps. I mean, the day it puts out its first hairs, it's already reeking. You know what I mean?
Right.
It already smells. You're just like, whoa, how is this? You know, it's just amazing how much.
Wait, hold
terp.
your thought. Hold your thought for 1 second. Hold your thought for 1 second.
Yeah.
Yo, I want to give a shout out to Farmer T. It's his birthday today, y'all. Happy birthday to you. I got to do this for everybody, bro. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Farmer T. Happy birthday to you. All right. How to do it. I do it for everybody, bro. If I know it's your birthday, you getting sung to. And I know I suck, but I'm still going to do it. All right. All right. Continue.
So, yeah, anyway, the Green Craft's probably one of the most amazing cultivars I've come across, you know, in flowering time and the quality of the buds you get in such a short period. It's just absolutely amazing. Can you give me a pair of scissors? In my bin, right on the top. Now I can show you a bud right now that I just cut this morning of the Green Craft.
Let's go. Oh shit! I see Max in here. I think we got about 25 minutes, Max. You cool with that?
You can come in.
Let me bring you up for 1 second. Are you good with that?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, no, I'm all good. I'm all good, bro. I got most of what I had to say out.
All right. Well, no, the other 808 was supposed. Jake said he's going to come. He was going to come a little bit later because, but he's going to be back. I'm going to have both you guys in probably around the same time. So, I mean, hey, we could all hang out. You know what I mean? I'm totally cool with that too.
Yeah, no, I'm all cool, bro. This is the
I'd almost rather do that. Shit, I'd rather get all four of us in here at one time.
Flower right here.
How many days flower?
34.
God damn.
Exact same as the one I sent you, Dark. The stuff you were smoking was only 34 days or something.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. You wrote. I know you wrote it on one of the. One of the back. Yep. I know.
That was the Green Craft.
Kind Seeds is cheating though, bro. He lives in Hawaii.
Yeah,
I know. Well, that's what you know. I'm trying to figure this shit out, bro. I'm trying to figure this shit out. 28. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. So.
They got nothing but 12-hour days, bro.
Yeah, we have the perfect conditions, the perfect everything right here. It's magic over here, you know. But I mean, what Max does is magic, also, bro. His stuff is unbelievable.
Did you get a chance to check that out, bro? The grape.
Yeah, no, it's amazing, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I love. Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah, definitely, man, definitely.
No, the smell of it brought me back to the grape crush that we used to have out here when I was a little kid. I mean, yeah. When you smoke that original grape crush, the Namahana grape crush from the early 80s, that stuff, like I smoked it in the 90s. It was 91, I think. It was one of the first things I ever smoked.
What up?
And it was straight like grape soda, you know, just grape candy. It was just, I was like, what? I smoked, you know, maxi seed, you know, just
so the
weed, and then I smoked some good indoor like White Widow stuff that would just knock me out. But then I smoked that grape crush and I was just like, bro, this is candy. This isn't even weed. This stuff is just delicious. So I never ran into it for years after that.
The grandparent to that grape moon pop, it was called grape soda, actually, from the Ami Super Seed Co. So yeah, that's what it's like. It's super pure artificial grape. Like that's the best way that I could describe that cut. Some people say it has like a tart, like a little bit of a tart candy, like a spree. But I smell all grape, like a grape popsicle kind of smell.
Yeah, no, that's how it was. It brought me back to that grape candy, you know, and I was all like, oh, I can't wait to taste it. You know,
it's awesome. Oh, dude, the hash is so good. That Vino is awesome. Good yield. It's around a 4% washer, super light color, and it's really bouncy and has like a nice terp layer on there. Beautiful.
Yeah. No, it looks beautiful. I see it setting up. It's amazing.
Let's go.
Flowering time affect terp levels, you think, on shorter flowering plants? Well, with like the green crack, like I said, the day it puts out its first hairs, it's already reeking, just terping out, like it's such an amazing cultivar that I don't think, like, if you harvest it at, like, when I harvested it at 28 days, I know the plant. So I know when it's ripe and when it's at its peak. Like I know when it's, like, if I let it, the ones I harvested, there was 7 of them, and I harvested 6 of them at 28 days. One of them was half seeded with the Hawaiian skunk. So I didn't harvest that one. I let those buds go another week, and they had lost terps and lost flavor in that week. At 34 days, they were not as flavorful as the buds that I harvested at 28 days.
So the mom
I gotta put it back up. I feel like it's necessary.
The mom to the watermelon Rolex, that mom finishes out 50 days flat. Like, it's all the way fucking done in 50 days. And like you said, dude, really early on, like week 2, week 3, the terps are just screaming fucking loud. And if you let it go past 50, like 55, 60, the profile changes. It goes from sweet, artificial, like a Jolly Rancher watermelon, and then it turns into like a slightly more danky, like
ashy, like,
more dank, but the watermelon smell's still there. Like, you break it down and it has that overall watermelon smell, but you smell dank bud in there,
Yeah, same with the green crack. Same thing. It does the same exact thing. It gets like a
raindrop,
more dank taste, but it loses the real floral, that real smell, like that smell that it has. It doesn't have the smell like it has when you pick it.
It changes when it goes late. Yeah, the high changes a little bit too.
All strains do. They all change. They all get more. Once it starts ambering out, they get heavier.
Yeah,
they get danker.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I like my weed in both. Like, that's why a lot of times when I harvest plants, I harvest them in stages. I'll take the tops and then I'll let the bottoms go another 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then that bottoms is more.
Well, especially where you're at, dude. Like, that's a really good strategy, because you're just staying at 12. So you chop the top off, it's gonna fill out hard no matter what.
That's what I was saying. I didn't realize the days were, the longest.
It's just straight 12. He's flowering all year long. All he has to do is increase the day on one. Yeah. All year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. No, dude, I've been thinking about,
Yeah, 808. I sent you the link on Dark Star Seed Bank Live. Here, I'll send you a message real quick.
Dude, if I was to relocate to any place, mark my words, it would be Hawaii for that exact reason. Just like 808, I'd set up 2 greenhouses, one with some LEDs just to increase the day, maybe like 4, 5, 6 hours, get them big as fuck, and then just keep pop seeds, and take them over to the other greenhouse nonstop. But you're gonna have your hands full cleaning seeds.
That's what we do.
We do. Yeah, I know you guys do.
We have our hands full cleaning seeds.
I'm really, still curious about that Hawaiian skunk that you guys were talking about.
Yeah, my father's old Hawaiian skunk. I got it going. It's amazing. It's an amazing cultivar for sure.
So was your family always going over there?
I was curious what you thought on that too, man.
Yeah.
If we put up questions, I want to see both of you guys. I like both of you guys.
So there's been people that theorize that like sativa types that flower into like a longer flowering time, that they have more sequential terpenes. Like, it's just like a bigger terpene. It has more it has more chemistry behind it. So, I mean, I think that's kind of a fact. But what I found out from the shorter flowering strains, like obviously Z Skittles, the watermelon Rolex, the red gummy cut, I think they produce different kind of terpenes, right? The sativa versus the indica. What's up, Tino? Yeah. Look, I got some of Tino's bud right here.
Hey, Tino, you can come in if you want to, but I like to have as many people in here for the rest. I mean, we're going to talk about Max's
fuel. Tino's rotten fuel is fire, dude. It's gas fuel. I'm
going to add you, Tino. I'll add you into the group chat where the link is. If you want to come on in. If I'm going to do it to Tino's Genetics 34. It's just a group chat with the link in it.
But yeah, I got distracted. But whatever.
If you want to come in, I sent you a link. I add you in a group chat. Oh shit! Let's go. We're gonna have everybody in here.
What up? What up, brother?
Good, you guys. We were just harvesting most of the day.
Yeah, I did the same this morning.
Let's go. Change the fucking.
I think I got pictures I can show of what we were harvesting.
No.
What are you guys smoking on, or what you guys up to today?
I'm smoking on that rotten fuel from Tino. It's pretty good, dude. It reminds me of an old OG, but like the more fuel side, bro, like the more gas side, rather than the earthy.
Nice.
Go show the dry room right here. We barely even got. I don't know how much we got out of this room this time, but it's fucking pretty crazy. Because we only found 2 lights today, and it's like, how do I turn this camera around so you guys can actually see this shit? Settings, camera.
There you go.
Like, this is like the Sherman runs 33. You can see it just.
Nice, bro.
But yeah, we got all kinds. Then we just, like I said, we only did 2 lights, and I got another 6 lights we got to cut down. This is the grape one right here, Max. It's different than your grape, but real candy grape, similar.
Yeah.
But the genetics have nothing, like, it's a lemonade cross, which makes no sense. But I think because the Skittles has the grapefruit or the grape ape in it, brought it back out.
But yeah, freaking, if we could, I'm gonna work on reversing the Great Moon Pop again, so that way we could.
We should cross your grape and my grape thing together.
That's what I'm thinking, dude. Just kind of keep some of the profiles similar, reinforce those alleles, but then bring in a different set of genetics for the vigor and everything else.
For sure.
Yeah, Amelia got a bunch
really
of
good
Canna. Yeah, both of you guys. Amelia's been on the Canna research and the 808, so can't wait to see what she does.
And there is a Canna Research 808 collab coming up. We got they're not named yet, but we got the Great Moon Pop to the Peanut Butter Breath, and then we got the Great Moon Pop, or is it Strawberry Souffle?
You know what I was going to tell you too? I forgot the Strawberry Souffle, bro. It's actually a Peanut Butter Breath cross also. So it's peanut butter breath to strawberries and cream. So that's going to be pretty cool, dude. That's, it's a lot, going back to the peanut butter breath, almost like it's like an in cross in a way.
Sweet. Yeah, and I can show you guys some plants that are still upright. If you guys throw some ones in the chat, I'll go show you the plants we didn't cut.
Let's go.
What's up, Tino?
Oh, we lost him.
Backed out.
I'm going to go grab a lighter.
Here for a second, and then he was gone.
Yeah, but the Canna Research 808 collab, I don't know when it's dropping, but you guys definitely want to tap in on that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, I'll be able to bring it straight to you guys. I got y'all. No, there's going to be a lot there. Me and Max talked about it earlier, but we'll try to get something exclusive, at least something, for you guys.
Yeah. So in the next day or two, my custom stamp comes for the 808 Research. It's your logo with the 808 with the lightning bolt, and then it says Research under there. So it's going to be like my watermelon Rolex stamp, except, for a few special collabs.
Yeah, we're probably going to cut those down in like a week or two, and then just let them cold cure, and then as soon as that's done, I'll send you some.
Are you going to let the fucking watermelon Rolex mail fly after that?
We're trying to. So like we got the he's big enough. It's just, let me see if I can do this camera switch real quick, because it's like I can't go by in the greenhouses before I go in the indoor room, but I could like show after maybe. But how do I do this? Settings, camera. Okay.
Here, I'll give you the full screen.
So like this is our next greenhouse right here. So all these were stretched for like 6 weeks out here. And so that'll be like what we flip next. And so that'll be the GMO menu. And then I can stick I didn't put a strawberry icy out there or the Great Moon Pop just because I can though. I didn't because I was saving it, you know, for I don't know. I think the runts would be kind of the one. You can see like this right there. What about like doing comparisons? Can I zoom in, or is that not an option?
I don't know. I'm really not sure. I mean, I would think you can if you're on a phone.
You guys can see it though, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. You got the whole screen too, so yeah.
So this is all like original Sherb. This is comparison. So this is Sherb and Runts number 7. Trying to make sure, you know, it does the black purple fade out. Over here we got a bunch of Sherbanger 22, just because we haven't ran it before. So we ran it outside and bred with it, but we wanted to know what it does inside, you know, how it grows and whatnot. So it's a cool plant. It's definitely got like creamy cookie terps going on with it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
nice.
We also got here is it's fading out hard, but this is the Octane. So this has a nice strawberry gas to it. So that's something I would definitely want to put with like Max's watermelon Rolex. You know, strawberry watermelon seems like a good mix.
Yeah, that'd be a really good mix. Actually, I kind of did that already with my Nana Rolex, and bro, they smell like Starburst. I shit you not, dude. Like the pink Starburst smell.
Okay.
But I mean, you guys get the idea. We out here doing our thing and stuff. So we cut, you know, that section where I'm standing, but we got a lot more to cut. Where's the camera again?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's coming through really good too. The picture. I'm looking on Instagram as well. You can really see.
Looks okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
But yeah, you guys can see like I'm 6'2". I'm standing on the table right now, but like all these things are pretty substantial size behind me. Like they're all, you know, over 6 foot.
Yeah.
What kind of lights do you run?
Those are the Think Grows.
Yeah, I
think
thought I
model
recognized them.
Model H's, Think Grow Model H's. Here, we'll go show you guys this other greenhouse.
Oh, let's see.
I'm
looking for the farm.
Yeah, and that's why like Cali Connection moved to Hawaii is because he already knows like if he wants to battle, he's got to come out here. Model H's, Think Grow. It's just hard.
Dude, if your dad's ever collabed.
I'll show you guys. Yeah, this is the next greenhouse coming along.
I love you too.
So you guys can see.
So Jake, in your honest opinion, what do you think? Because like I told a couple people, like, yeah, I want to go out to Hawaii, this and then they're like, well, you're white, bro. Fucking, they're not going to take too kind of you. Like wherever you try to go, they're going to try to fight with you. And I was like, what the fuck, bro? Are you
These
serious?
guys are both white, bro. You see these guys?
But he's from
They're
there.
both white.
He's from there. I'm an outsider.
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding.
Have you heard that though?
It depends where you go and how you do your, you know.
How you carry yourself, bro. That's all it depends on.
Oh, wait, we just lost 808. He'll be back.
I mean, the first thing that I'd be doing when I go there is gifting all the locals some fucking fire, kicking down some genetics that I think are special, just to show respect, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
The locals got me, bro. They took me out. The locals don't fuck. The locals don't fuck around. But if you're respectful and you're polite and you don't drive like a kook, you're good.
Right. It's the kooks that they go after.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like anyone in any state, like
that's
that
anywhere.
aspect. Yeah, dude. Like you might be able to get away with it in certain areas, you know.
Right. That's how it is in Florida too. You know what I mean? Like that's just it's the same. It's no different down there, really. But wait, there's a question for you guys.
I believe my dad and his dad did work together. I don't, neither. My dad's not alive. I'm assuming his dad's not alive either anymore. So it's not like we can ask him.
Yeah, but yeah, they knew each other for sure.
There's no way you were on this island. Like everybody that moved to this island was like world traveled, like went around, collected seeds, probably fought in wars, and then realized like this shit's paradise. Like, yo, what? I can just put a plant outside and I'm growing in like the ideal spot. They answer like, fucking stay left. I'm there. Sign me up.
And you guys were sharing it much more than like up north. Certain things got kept to certain areas, but like in Hawaii, like from what my dad said, is like, you know, the Hawaiian indica and like a lot of that stuff, like it was universally kind of shared around the island.
Well, there are definitely ones that weren't shared, and then there are ones that were shared. So it's like there is guys that shared that aloha vibe of like, oh, I have this killer thing, like boom, here you go, right? But then there was also like strains that were hoarded and not shared. Like I've been talking to quite a few people, and like everybody's like, where do you think the chem dog came from? I'm like, fucking, it's a guaranteed a Molokai pig shit cross. There's no way it's not.
You smell that in there in his
Dude, it's like I've grown GG4, I've grown Chem D, I've grown Chem 91. They all smell like a mix of like crippy pure indica from Hawaii and the fucking pig shit, but they smell more like the pig shit than anything I've ever smelled before, to where you're like, it has to be in there.
I
you know, I know in Oregon
yet. I smelled the crippy from the dude in Florida, Sunshine or whatever. But
his is an S1 of ours.
Is it okay? He tried to, you know, I thought his was like entirely like separate. So if it's S1, then it's
S1 seed from us, and if it's the right pheno, it should have like a similar essence to Chem Dog, but more oniony. You know how onion makes your eyes kind of want to tear up?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like more like that style, where it's like it's still got the garlic in there and the gas and all the funk and all that, but it's more like an onion.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how I would describe it.
More sharp and like fucking like.
And it will have like kind of some burnt rubber terps to it too.
Mm-hmm.
But not like every. It depends like when you grow it. If you grow it more towards summertime, it comes out more burnt rubber. If you grow it more in the wintertime, it's got a little bit of that like lemon pine sol, but like a definite like green onion garlic gas thing going on.
Yeah. And
I got a question from Instagram real quick. And I have a GMO meat breath from you. What kind of profile does that put out? That's from Arctic out in Alaska.
Okay, simple. So you're going to probably find a GMO dominant pheno. Typically GMO is seen in its crosses, but meat breath is got the Gage Green group in there. I found in Gage Green group here there is a citrus terp profile, but it's not lemon or cherry. It's more of an orange. So you're gonna either find straight garlic gas, or you're gonna find like garlic meat funk with onion in there, or you're gonna find like garlic citrus, like kind of like a little bit of an orange to it. One sec, someone was giving me a call.
Right here's the Hawaiian skunk, the Big Willie's Hawaiian skunk. A seed from 1976.
Yeah, and like his dad is like, people probably aren't gonna believe this when like he says it or I say it, but like his dad's skunk probably spawned all the jack terps and all the train wreck terps that ever did exist.
Hey, someone wants to know, where's the pig shit strain? Where's the pig shit cross?
That's one of those ones. The Molokai boys never let out their Molokai pig shit or their Molokai cat piss, so it's like they definitely had them. But you know what I mean? I haven't seen the pig shit for, dude, like hand to God, my friend had the pig shit strain and I didn't want to smoke it for like a long ass time because it just smelled so foul. I thought there's no way this weed can be good for you. And then when I finally ran out of my dad's widow and I smoked some of his fucking pig shit, it was like, yo, this shit is like the sweetest, dankest weed ever. Like I was fucking blowing it. Did not taste like doo-doo ass shit that it smelled like.
These girls right here are 16 days in flower.
Damn, they're fucking answering, dog.
Sugar tits.
Nice.
So was that cat piss the same as our cat piss that's over here from NorCal?
I feel like it was the same one, but you know, it's hard to
like
say.
Actual cat piss spray. Like
yeah,
that
no, it smelled like a straight, like dirty litter cat bag. Like
yeah, like freaking, you know that like
ammonia, like straight up ammonia.
Exactly, bro. The ammonia
comes from. I've been trying to say it for like a long ass time, and like the quiet kind of can back up what I'm saying. 90% of what is grown in America today and it's popular came through Hawaii, was worked in Hawaii before going to America. And then the reality is all the old timers tell us like this: if you've been growing something for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years out here in Hawaii, it has adapted and acclimatized and become a different thing already. Even if it's
Hawaiian.
airing, yes,
my dad has always said that, dude. It's like once it's there for a
so
certain
like if we had our cat piss, even if it came from another part of the world for 10 years, 20 years, and then it went to America, guess what you got? You got Hawaiian cat piss. You didn't get whatever it came, wherever it came from.
They call that like an epigenetic change. It's
there you go. And so epigenetic potential is only available under full spectrum, full intensity, ideal climate, right? Hawaii has basically,
and then also like the biologicals of the soil and all that, right? Like,
yeah,
you're gonna get perfect VPD in Hawaii most of the year, and then the soil biology out here, if you know how to collect the right microbial life, the IMOs, and activate your stuff, it's game changing, straight up. And it's
so
like,
what side of the island is the like, you know, the one
well, it's all microclimates, right? So
yeah, we have a full spectrum. We have from desert to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what's your guys's Sonoma County? What's your guys's Humboldt?
So where I live is basically that. I live on the east side where it's basically the Sonoma County, where it's drier, a little bit more wind flow. The North Shore, though, is going to be your best bet for producing things that are going to be mold resistant, period. Because whenever, like, we all live on the same island, all these guys I know that grow, and you can take the cut that I have here and give it to Kauai Kind Seeds on the north and give it to my other friend who's on the east too, but goes up more in the mountain, and the thing will change slightly. And that's just in one.
Yeah.
It's because it's having to deal with that pressure of like being
but like
in an environment that's
Big Island. Big Island has really good.
Basically,
Big Island might be considered the most Sonoma County like in the state of Hawaii, but I have never personally grown there. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like I just know Kauai really well.
It makes sense though. Like you're far away enough from the coast where you're not being bombarded with extra fog and bullshit, and then you're still close enough where it's in a good environment.
Yeah, and it's also about the mountains, right? Like where I'm at, the river will pull all the clouds right up to the mountain away from us. Mm-hmm. So the amount of times it rains is very limited.
There's that lemon lips.
That's the one.
Max, you never had the cat piss? Like, I'm curious because I never found it to be like ammonia. Me personally, not what we used to get.
That's
you know the silver haze pheno dark. That's different than like there was an actual ammonia cat piss that was Hawaii and West Coast, like straight up like dirty litter, like nasty.
Straight like
pithy, but like a good cat pit, like not ammonia. I think definitely.
No. We're talking
no. Straight ammonia, like burn your nose.
Like a male cat sprayed on your fucking clothes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Like if a male cat sprayed all over, bro.
Yeah.
Like a fucking
definitely like pissy for sure, but not ammonia. Like a different, like a sweeter,
like straight ammonia dark. Like when you ever gone and cleaned a dirty litter box?
No, I don't fuck with cats.
Okay, so then it's literally that to the T.
It's like when the cat piss smell like sits around for a while. I think it makes.
I think like ammonia. I've had like ammonia like that, but not in a good way. And then there was the cat piss that we used to get. That was a beautiful. That smelled like you'd be like, oh, it smells really good. Not really. I'm sure it's different.
I haven't smelled the good smelling one. It always smells weird, rank, nasty.
Like I can't even. I don't know.
And then,
maybe it was something because I.
And then, like you said, the guy Pakalolo Seeds. If you've never talked to them, Dark Pakalolo Seeds from Molokai. They'd be the guys most likely to know the origins of what the Molokai frost is, what the Molokai cat pits, and the Molokai pig shit. Those would be the guys.
Yeah,
what the hell is the pig
shit? And it even looked a little different. Yeah, it was not. Yeah, just different. It was never like ammonia. Like I get where you're coming from with the ammonia, but but they're just different. Different, two different things.
I know what you're talking about from the Super Silver Haze, where it was like a pissy thing. But like that in the West Coast cat piss, the Hawaii cat piss, those ones are way more obnoxious, like gross cat piss.
Yeah,
like ammonia.
Not with the ammonia, not with the ammonia, really. Yeah.
Spirit seedling.
Lemon lips is a crazy crop. Anything he's gonna
90 days old from seed.
Did the cheese wave hit you guys over there in Hawaii? Like, did that all pass by?
Oh
The
yeah,
cheese was popular. The cheese,
the
I believe, is
confidential,
related to
bro.
the old school skunks.
That's what they say.
LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just like a Hawaiian skunk of some type variant that they found over in UK. It's a really good Pinot though. Like it reminded me straight up that the UK cheese when it did come back through reminded me of the pig shit, but like more cheesy and less poopy.
I like the blue cheese too. When that came along, that was pretty good.
I'm supposed to get a really good cut of cheese from my homie that washes at like 8%.
No way. That's insane.
Yeah, he's tied in with all the boys. So
Yeah, I
I
never
believe it's
thought
called
about
like
cheese
cheese
for
flake,
washing.
or something, but it does really good numbers.
It
And
used
This
to
is
trade
the
look ridiculous. It was one of the ones where like it stood out because the resin density was
sugar
so
tits.
crazy back then.
lemon.
This is the sugar tits
Yes,
with the
the sun
Luda
is more
spirit in
intense in
outer
Hawaii.
space.
The sun is more intense in Hawaii. And to give you guys an example, so just like a girl or a guy can go to the beach and suntan, like weed plants tan as well. Like when I was harvesting today, the buds that were directly in the sun in the light were black, and like you could have an overlapping leaf, and that overlapping leaf below that overlapping leaf it was green, like perfectly. And
These are
that's how
your
the plant works. It
the sugar
absorbs the light.
tits to the Luda spirit.
That's a killer. You can still see the tits is strong in her.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the most to the sugar tits right here, this one. But they're all real. They're all mean, bro. They're
That's
all
gonna be
mean
the
as
best
hell.
one, probably Mac. Sugar tits times watermelon Rolex.
I was interested in that lemon lips one too.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
the
the
lemon
lemon
lips.
list is the
I just showed
strongest
it over there.
lemon on the planet, hands down.
Just
This,
I was interested because like a lemon with watermelon profile could go good, especially if it's a sweet
That'll be the
tea.
most insane for sure. I just don't know the return for
Me,
hash, but if you're trying to win cups, that'll win. That'll be the one that wins, guaranteed.
it'll be super wet and greasy for sure.
these are the Luda's Thunder.
Mental.
Let's
Okay, look,
go.
they're all just answering so stoked.
Have
Luda's
you guys
Thunder.
crossed that Hawaiian skunk
These are all
into
90
anything?
days from seed.
Jake,
What's the question?
have you crossed the Hawaiian skunk into any of your stuff yet?
Not his one yet. Not his one. I got the um. It was given to me as the '70s cut of Kauai Electric, and it's straight like
Yeah, it's
incense, like sweet incense, and then just skunk.
I like the
this
way
is
you were
the
describing his though. You were describing his more.
His is for like the pre-train, pre-jack.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying a bit like fruity, more fruity, like how we were
Yeah,
talking
fruity.
about.
Yeah, no, it's the
Like fruit, yes, it's
fruity
more
jack.
fruity. It's more fruity, and then like it's like a jack or train turf, but like
Like
Yeah,
his
island sweet. That
is like
sounds like the island sweet skunk a
originate.
little bit. Like it's like
similar.
oh yeah.
Yes, similar, but it's different. It has
It's
more.
not, but you can tell the
You get
turf
those. You get
came
those
from
real
that.
sandalwood. There's a couple. There's one pheno that's real sandalwood. Like Jake tried pheno one. It's the only one he's tried so far. I have 4 phenos of it, and every one is just a little different. The structure, the growth is all the same, but the flavor is just a little different to each one. But they're
Yeah.
all a sweet, earthy kind of have one. The one that he tried has the jack terps. The other one is more of a citrusy, and then the other one's more of like a sandalwood.
That plant looks so happy, dude.
This is Blue Dream to the Hawaiian skunk.
Oh, nice.
90 days from
Looks
seed.
like it fully changed up. It looks mental. It's like
And
in
then
the middle.
this is the volunteer sister that just grew out of the mother's pot.
Sick. Those are the best ones. Clone it.
I
Bro,
know. It's always
I
like
got
that
her.
too, and you
She
usually don't clone it.
a little bit bigger leaves. Yeah. No, I got a baby of her. I'm gonna get 3 more before I flip her. But yeah, no, these are all the crosses. This is one of the Luda Spirit in outer space. This is the outlier, the only one that came out like this with the purple. And
Nice.
then the rest came out the true green like this one. This is another Luda Spirit in outer space. I mean the Luda Spirit Crack, sorry, Spirit Crack. Spirit
Let's
Crack,
go.
Spirit Crack. $20 on the site right now.
Yeah, let them know. Let them know, man. I'm gonna put the
And we
code back
did
up.
a Jack and Runts as well. That thing's it's like
$32 with shipping. You
It's
can get
actually, this is
this
the
pack of
pre-tax,
seeds
like straight up.
Listen, you guys
of
can get
this,
those packs with that
and it is
code and
straight
save 50%
fire.
off, dude. Yeah, they're $20 packs that he's showing right now.
You guys can't go wrong. My son, I'm telling you guys, like, the
Bro, you
reason
look
why
at the pictures of the
OGs
spirit.
moved here is because the plants just grow better. And then when the seeds are produced in that environment, they also have a better chance to carry that vigor and everything into the plant.
I'm giving you guys the deal of a lifetime right here. I'm telling you.
Like,
Hey,
why?
which one is the one with the jack? Did you
All
say
the
one
big
of them?
corporations that make GMO seeds for just fruits and vegetables and shit, most of them produce them on the west side of our island because they had scientists determine that was the best place on earth to make seed.
Yeah, no, my
Yeah.
dad determined that back in the 70s. That's
That's
why
what I'm
he went
saying.
here
Our
instead of
dad
Jamaica.
figured that out long ago.
You know, that's why my dad moved here instead of Jamaica, was because here was a better place to grow. Jamaica gets a little bit too hot.
Yeah, no, Hawaii's way better to grow than Jamaica.
Yeah, you don't get we don't hit 100 degrees. We never hit 100 degrees, bro. Like on Kauai, our record-breaking temperatures are 99 degrees. 98 degrees.
Yeah, it's beautiful, actually.
Which
This
one
is
of
the
you guys
outlier.
is?
This is the outlier of the tropic sun of the Luda Thunder.
Do you got
The
any of your
purple.
Hawaii Kush out there? Show me your Hawaii Kush. You got any of those?
Purple.
The
Yeah,
web?
I have a lot of kush. I have one over here.
From the webbers.
Yeah, the web. The old Lawai.
Oh, you guys have some duck's foot stuff over there?
This
Yeah.
is before pre-duckfoot, bro. This is from the 60s. My dad got this, so it's
My
before
dad
the
had
duck.
freaking got the duck's foot over here freaking in California in like the 70s, and he brought it was all imported over from Hawaii.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, he started his
That
own
was one
lines
of
back
the main
then.
ones guys
It was,
grew out here in the 60s
bro.
and the 70s.
Bro,
Tell you the truth,
that's what
man.
he
I
named
think a
that
lot
duck
of your
foot
dad's
strain. That was,
stuff, bro. I think a lot of your dad's stuff probably came from my dad. Is your dad
dude.
still alive?
My dad's still alive, and anyways, the seeds that he got, like it was a mixed batch of seeds. That's what he ended up calling those duck ones. He ended up calling them Webster. And like he was one of the only people in California or around at those times. Like everyone was like, "What the fuck is this?" Because like it looked fucking hella different.
Yeah, the Hawaiian duck foot, the web leaf indica. His is the Hawaii Kush, so it might even be
Yeah,
before
mine's
all.
more cushy. Mine's not quite as indica. It's more of a kush.
Yeah, it smells bomb, dude. It smells really good.
Yeah, no, it's this one. This one is not the floral. This is more of the gas. The gassy
There was
kind of.
one that
The
smelled
good
like
duck foot was
gingerbread,
gassy though, and then there's the brown maple syrup one, which wasn't as good.
bro. I think
Yeah,
that's the one that I was
That's up,
describing right now.
Thunderbird. That's up. I think your
but yeah,
package went up, Thunderbird. Grow big, brotherhood.
the
But yeah,
Hawaii
that was the
kush.
first time I ever smelled like a gingerbread smelling terp. It was
Right
from
here's
one of
the
those.
Fire D 808 genetics.
Well, it's 808 and grown Kauai right there.
Yeah,
Shout
grown
out.
Kauai
Kauai.
collab.
Sour D times Goblet of Fire. So you got, listen to how dope this cross is, guys. You got Wedding Cake, you got Crippy, and then you got original Kauai Electric 92 feedstock going. So that made the cross right there. And it's got the original Sour D in there too.
And here you guys
Good one.
go. This big monster is the K19. My dad's
Old
old
Electric.
Kauai Electric. This is it's similar to Jake's, but this one's more sativa. It's before Jake's came out. Jake's was what was coined as Kauai Electric. This is before that, but they're real similar. Really,
Well,
like,
a lot of
you look
strains,
at that
guys, they
leaf.
threw them out, and then they tried to dial in a specific one where, like, they could grow a
Yeah,
big patch
they
of
have
it
that
up.
same 5 leaf. Like they're yeah, that big middle finger. Yeah.
But that's like,
Let's
just so you
go.
guys know, the Kauai Electric is essentially like, if you know skunk, like a sweet skunk, those
And
genetics all essentially originated from that.
here's another
I liked that sweet skunk, dude. You said you didn't like
Pino.
that much, but I fucking enjoyed
No,
that
it's dope,
profile.
dude. It's dope.
I
It's
know
just
you
like,
guys want to join in, so
so it's like,
It just
I
got
said
played
it.
out over there, essentially.
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
it
think it
did.
got
It
played
did.
out over here. I think a lot of guys started growing the Hawaiian sativa, which was more of just like a tropical floral sandalwood kind of haze, you know?
Is the Hawaiian indica gone, bro?
No, we still got stuff with it in it, but the pure clone, nobody's got it that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and that was drop dead fruity, right? Like that's how my dad described it. That it was loud
So
from far
an
away.
indica is essentially pretty similar to like the what Crippy is, but I think the Hawaiian indica was like, just like I said, certain things were coined. It was probably like a sister plant, but it was coined by someone that. So like a lot of people, like his dad, my dad, 2, 3, 4 more guys that were well seasoned, traveled, had their genetics. They would all work on collaborating and pheno hunting together.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? So like my dad might pheno hunt the same seed stock his dad pheno hunts, but his dad, because of his microclimate, is going to find a different pheno than my dad's going to find. And then his dad's going to call it what he wants, and my dad's going to call his what I, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that's kind of how the breeding game went down out here.
Or they could leave it with the same name that they got it with, but one dude makes a total fruity selection. One guy starts going.
Well, there was like at one point there was like 3 different Kauai electrics on Kauai.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but there was only really one that was like the one. Because one guy named it, and then somebody else coined the same thing, and then
so you know that
from
dude
the
in
same
New York
stock,
that
but they're all different.
You ever heard the story that guy AJ Sauer told about when he supposedly created Diesel?
I haven't, but I do have input I could probably add after, because I do know a little bit about some sour diesel and diesel being made on Maui by the same guy.
He said supposedly like when everything was pollinating, that one of the plants that was like a potential one was the Hawaiian indica, and like that's the only other person besides my dad. And then
So
I've ever heard.
To add to that, this guy Jonesy, right? So his name is Jonesy. Okay, right? He doesn't. I don't want to give his full name. Kauai Electric, Hawaiian Indica, sour diesel. He made all of those things. He made sour diesel though on Maui, not Kauai, because basically what happened was 1992. We got hit by a hurricane. Boom. We lose power for God knows how long. He basically doesn't. He does a insurance claim on his house, takes all his genetics, jumps on a plane to Maui. His boy's got a house set up. He's out. He's on Maui. Next thing you know, I see him back on Kauai, and he's like, "Have you ever smoked sour diesel?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I made that." I was like, "I fucking knew it." But he's like a full-on hermit. Like he doesn't ever want to talk about weed in public. He's still of that mindset of it's fully illegal. You know what I mean? Like he would never go on and talk to anybody about none of that shit.
Like my dad, he's not going to come on here and like
talk. Yeah, but
same thing.
That's the guy who bred the electric cut I have today. He bred the Hawaiian indica and a couple other things. My dad worked with them. I'm assuming quite a kind seed dad worked
my
with
dad
him too.
knew Jonesy real well.
Yeah, so Jonesy was, like I said, he was kind of like, I don't want to say the mastermind, but he just had really good luck finding good phenos, even if he didn't like get the genetics and collect them himself. You know what I mean? He just had that.
He had a big, everybody liked him, bro. He was a super friendly guy. He always gave you buds, you know, like what's not to like about the guy? If he asked you for something, you gave it to him. You know,
Yeah,
those are the guys
and
that
then you come back with it after, like, look what I did.
Yeah.
He wasn't like he grew it and then you're like hearing about it and then like never see it. It's like, no, he'd come back.
Same like what's
the
his name that bred One
like,
Love, you know? Same like what's his name that bred One Love. Same thing, bro. You know, he's a super
Ricky.
awesome guy.
Get Ricky to come on with Dark tonight, but the time didn't align. And I was dope to hear the Haze, all the Haze stories and all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah,
we're all,
Haze,
we're all freaking,
that was a good conversation, man. That was pretty cool.
We're all second generation breeders right here, then all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
we have a lot of buried
Your dad
information.
bred, my
I
dad
have tons
bred.
of buried information that's never been released before. You know, like I know a lot of the backgrounds that nobody knows from here. And it's,
I'm just saying, you know, the strains and terps were out here, so like when you
my
give,
dad did so
say
much work
to an old school head that's been smoking weed out here since the 70s, he's gonna be like, "Yo, this is the pig shit right here, first thing."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's like they can tell you, you give them a sweet skunk when skunk number 1 was popular. They're like, "Bro, this is just Kauai Electric, but not even as good."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then they're so it's like,
obviously,
out here tell you great.
He had to start somewhere when he was on, because he came from Hawaii too, right? Jordan of the Islands is from from the islands too. So essentially, he had to choose whatever it was probably.
Well, that island sweet skunk that he released. If anything in the world's gonna be Maui Wowie, that's it. That's her.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's the true Hawaiian sativa terp that was in that island sweet skunk.
Is that around anymore? The Maui Wowie?
Okay.
Nobody.
Marty,
I
got some information about George.
It used to float around over here like fucking a lot.
Marty Mills, my dad's partner. My dad's partner back when
What's up,
they
brother?
grew.
Yo.
Him and George were best friends, and a lot of George's genetics and stuff came from Marty, which came from my father. And that's why I used his Godbud Lemon Skunk in my breeding, because I got it from him, and it's amazing. And it has my dad's stuff in it.
I'm going to ask my pops what part of Hawaii he was getting his seeds from back then. Because he was like a teenager, and then when he was like 7-18, he was like in the Santa Cruz area with all those freaking surfer dudes, and like they're into the sativas. He had got his shit from, that's where he started. Your dad
and my Uncle Ken were probably really good friends, because my Uncle Ken grew up in Santa Cruz, was pretty much almost like he could have been a professional surfer, but he was a free surfer, and all his interest was farming and surfing.
We got all kinds of activities going on here.
Let's go.
I'm researching and developing terps.
Yeah, I couldn't get my phone to work, so I wanted to jump in here and say what's up to everybody.
Oh yeah, the more the better.
Yeah,
I figure. So
I
won't be here long, but I gotta get back to work. I'm actually cutting down my room. So.
That's cool. Yeah, I seen you harvested, dude. Everything looks sick. I was chilling on my ass. My no mids.
Harvesting today, too.
How's my audio and video though? Is it good?
It's good.
No, you're good.
Very good.
You're probably like the best here.
Let's go.
Mine's probably the worst. I got all kinds of racket in the background.
No,
you got a
badass fan. Let's go.
Yeah. You guys help dry the weed from the outdoor crop, big dog. We got a lot of outdoor. I'm about to cut down like 50 pounds of greenhouse weed. I got to hang in here.
I know. I just do my little greenhouse. And I get a lot.
But it's all seeded. It's all seeded, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you have a seed sorter? How do you clean your shit out?
I got some screens, and so I break it down through the screens, and then I got an easy seeder that I run it through.
Okay.
But yeah, I got ideas on how we could refine and bring something to market that really helps people clean seeds at the scale, because it does take a lot of effort.
Yeah, you see the one, like the little homemade ones with the plexiglass in the front. You build with the 2x4s.
Oh shit! I see all the boys coming in.
Let's go.
Those were pretty good, dude. But some good seeds still end up getting sucked over into the area that they shouldn't.
Yeah, let's go.
We don't really get too much of that. I think the Hawaiian seeds are just so dang heavy; they just clunk every time.
Yeah.
If the seeds are bigger, it's probably not a problem.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't mind throwing away some B-grade seeds.
Yeah, I feel like it's just
dude,
all
the
about
ratio of B-grade seeds that pop
like,
crazy, dude. Like I'll be throwing out like a gang of fucking seeds, and then like 90% of our shit that is like B-grade.
Yeah, you just end up with a whole pile of seedlings.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
It's like that's how my back area over here is. So I just got seedlings growing everywhere.
You gotta have your zone. You're killing it when you got pigeons just always posted up waiting for those white seeds to just eat them.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I got pigeons that they hang out, eat dog food and fucking ganja seeds, but they don't eat them out of the plant.
Bro, the cardinals will nail you. Bro, I had a cardinal nail one of my plants just recently.
Oh yeah, the cardinals are small enough; they can definitely do it.
They'll go in there and just pick out all the seeds, bro. Those little.
You gotta have the shaman birds to fight them though. You just put a birdhouse for the shaman bird close by, and then the shaman bird will fight the cardinals.
Yeah.
Because the shaman bird is like defensive and it just wants to eat the grubs out of the dirt.
Yeah, it just eats bugs, but it doesn't like the other guys coming around. They're
I mean, that's
territorial.
part of it too. Is like we got literal shaman birds that will fly in and hang out on our ganja plant every day. They like,
Yeah, my
someone's growing
farm.
ganja if there's shaman birds around or shaman
Yeah, my
birds.
farm. My
Because they
farm. I
like
have
it.
that, but at the house over here, I don't have any shamans around the house over here.
They like you because you got seed weed, man.
No, they don't eat the seeds at all. They don't eat the seeds at all. They go for we get these like beetle grub things. They're like they look like they're straight out of like an alien movie. And these fucking things will just like they see them like a sandworm in dune and they just eat them.
Yeah, they're like a dung beetle we have over here. It's a black dung beetle and it rolls stuff.
Yeah, they roll
phases.
fucking.
Yeah,
they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a little dung beetle. It's a black dung beetle, and the shamans love those grubs. They just go nuts.
Oh, it's like fucking sashimi to them. So they're like,
that's the
they're
larva.
on it, bro. They're just
And
like
we-
posted up. Their only job is to eat those.
By
That's
using
it.
the organic fertilizers and stuff, we attract those things for miles.
Hey, Tino, do you remember this place, dude?
Huh?
You remember this place?
Where? Oh, it's
My
like,
shirt.
Oh, yeah. Buds for Life.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Yeah, I used to sell them wax back in like 2008 before nobody fucking was on it.
That was the spot, bro.
Yeah. Buds for Life. Hilarious.
I know.
There's a dispensary here in Fresno.
Anyone that's from the Central Valley that sees this shirt, they'll
They used to have like a big old fish tank, just full of mids, like the word, like
On where
they sell it for dirt cheap. You can go in there and take dabs and
bro, the dude Greg, you fucking
everything.
My dad was always dropping shit over there to him. So fucking like if I'd ever walk in there, he'd be like just pull like handfuls and handfuls and just fill me up a big ass bag of that shit. Bro.
Yeah.
Here. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm going like, fuck.
They got hella busted. They got busted with hella money there and guns and everything.
Yeah, they shouldn't have had them AK at the store. It happens. No.
Yeah.
Do we got
they were going for a long time though.
Going? Is it going?
Fucking,
that was a 215.
That was the first like chill spot to like that you could go and dab at. Like you could go in there and dab and sit back and like that was the first time I ever took a dab, bro. It's like the old school fucking.
Yeah, and I was selling it to them by then. Nobody could figure out how to actually make it
into
the
health
wax.
Stone, bro. Remember that health stone?
They're all making it into sap and fucking. There was no purgers yet.
It was just like fucking Wild West, bro.
It was before all that, and you would have to just have to put it in a double boil or longer, and people wouldn't do it. They'd get it; it'd be all soupy. If you could figure out, if you were able to actually make the earwax back then, you're fucking killing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good shit.
People wanted the wax.
The wax, the earwax.
Yeah,
and then
making the wax, the earwax. But he
no
found
pressure, just fucking straight, fucking just in hot water, just whipped.
Bro, I just do it in straight ethyl alcohol, bro. And
none of that. Just fucking.
That's all right.
Fucking
make straight honey oil, bro. And guys would get paralyzed and wouldn't be able to walk out of the building.
Yeah, no, that is strong. RSO is strong.
The straight honey oil, bro, that gold honey oil, you push it through the top.
Yeah, the honey oil. If you just leave it at the honey oil and you just keep putting it in the hot water and keep whipping it for like hours,
and it just turns to
it'll eventually turn to the wax. It'll
and then you dab that, bro, and you cannot walk after you
won't
dab
be running
that.
no
It
more.
makes your legs disappear.
Yeah. And then you take it from there. You can put it in you should put it in a vacuum purger now, but
well, I did it with alcohol. I wouldn't do it.
Just make rosin now. It's fine.
Yeah. We're past all that.
Play it safer. Nobody's gonna die.
Yeah.
Dude, so many explosion stories that it's fucking we could talk about that we're not going to fucking from people.
It's crazy when you think about where it started and where it's at. Like went from guys taking red hot,
it evolved really quickly too.
Titanium nail, BHO dabs, not even purged half the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Hella hot too, just like piping red.
Red.
As soon as it would
hot.
just go fucking from not red hot, you just.
Oh yeah. And then you're like sweating
I watched my
behind
friends
your
fly 25
big old
feet.
worms like this, just fucking.
Oh yeah, doing all that shit.
The evolve of the evolution of the dabber too was funny. You know, you had your fucking the little swing thing, and then you had
the dome,
the fucking titanium fucking thing
with the dome.
Oh, Josh, show them the peanut butter bread menu for Valentine's Day with the Canna research collab in there.
Gonna put the
Let's
dome
go.
on it.
What's up, Mama Nugs?
Now they got all kinds of crazy
Let's
shit.
I think I still have some, to be honest. That's funny. But yeah, I'm gonna probably get back to work here in a minute.
Yeah, I need to go make some food pretty soon, dude. That's for sure. Fucking hungry, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I
tried to go work out and fucking killed myself today.
It's been I started early tonight, so I feel like I've been here a while already. But
damn.
Yeah, I started at 7, so I mean we'll go another half hour for sure. 3 hours I feel like is good. But I did want you know, Max, I wanted you to talk a little bit about the drop or the pre-sale that we got coming up. 808, if you want to talk a little bit about what you got coming up. Tino, I mean, I know you got some stuff coming up too. You know, we can talk.
I got all kinds of shit.
All right,
I'm
well,
not
let's
even
talk
taking
about
orders
it
right now. I'm too backed up. So you guys
Let's
gotta hit
talk
up
about
Star or somebody else.
it.
He's looking for workers, bro.
Yeah, see you guys later. Signing out.
Peace. Right on, man. Have a blessed evening.
Hit up the website, Kauai Seeds, and get a pack of Spirit Crack for today only for $20.
Let's go.
There, Derek. So that's the new peanut butter menu.
Nice.
So I have the great moon pop you're smelling. There's a couple other ones we got out there as well, but so just keep right here. We got the Canna Research collabs.
Yeah, those both are amazing, bro. I love the smell of those things.
I'll be off.
Brings me back, bro. We got those two grapes together, bro. I think we'll get that grape crush. We'll nail it.
Yeah, I have that grape. My grape I just cut today from the indoor, so we'll be able to compare it. But his one is did, but you can still kind of probably try to figure it out.
Yeah, no, we can get it.
I think they'll pair.
Okay, so this is gonna drop on Valentine's Day, right?
Yeah. So this is hold on.
Hey, I totally forgot I have a washer bundle. I have that spring. I think it was the spring washer bundle. I need to send out. I still have that, and the loot. Yeah, I have a couple things I need to send out that I just remembered I had. Damn, I should have sent it out in that package I just sent out. Actually.
Yeah, sorry, my daughter was throwing a fit, but highlights on this, obviously we got the peanut butter breath BX3, we got the glue to the peanut butter breath BX2, the OGKB is going to be incredible. We got the wedding cake, the Sherbanger. I messed up that. It's supposed to be straight, just say lemonade, but I don't know why that AK is in there. Lemon lips, Sunset Sherbert, GMO, ChemD, Crippy, typo there too. Gary Payton. So I should have had the wife proofread it. We got Cherry Pie, Granddaddy Perp, the original Diesel, Octane, Animal Cookies, Sour Dub. Definitely rare though. This one won't have a lot of it. The Old School Electric. Definitely if you're looking for crazy peanut butter skunk vibes all day. Some other ones. This Gorilla Fart's going to be fucking super stinky.
You know, no. Yo, I got the washer bundle still. I got the washer bundle. I got the Moana's Gift F2, and I totally should have put it in the package. My bad.
All good. Just send what you get it out. And then this is what's coming just for a preview. So off of the Donnie Burger, which I believe just won an award for Best Hash, we got GMO Larry F8 by Skunkmaster Flex. From there, we took his Donnie Burger to make a BX, BX2, BX3. We're now at a BX4. And that's what's coming.
How long are those BX3s flowering for?
They're still around 70 days.
Okay.
Oh, here. Want me to put it back up there? My bad.
Yeah, I feel like, so what are we going to do? We're going to do a bundle again?
This is the one we were going to do next. So I was just showing kind of what's coming to people. This is ready. So we have this, and we actually do have which I do not have a lot of it, but we got these. Wedding Cake DX5. It was built off of a Cinnamon Cookie F1. So Cinnamon Cookie to Wedding Cake made the original F1 that we then back crossed it 4 generations. There's some that are coming. Like I already have the seeds cleaned.
So what do you think out of that out of the GMO menu? Well, I mean the peanut butter menu is going to be next. What do you think is going to be some of the best washers out of that?
Best washers, the Candy, where is it? So Mud Turtle, the GMO. These right here for sure. These are Max and our first collab together. He says his stuff washes. It feels sandy to the touch. So
yeah,
as far as the rep test, it's looking good. The Sour Dove will wash. The Diesel will wash. The glue will wash. The peanut butter will wash. Cake and Cushman's both wash. The OGKB will wash.
Everything with GMO.
I mean, most of this stuff will wash. Gary Payton will wash. The cherry pie and GDP, like, let's go with the ones that won't wash, chat. Gary Payton, cherry pie. Cherry pie, Granddaddy Perk. Those will not wash good. Okay. No clue on the Kauai Electric because nobody's went and washed it ever. This will definitely wash. This will definitely wash. The
electrical wash, but
the lemonade not going to do that good. But everything else on it should do well. But if you want the very best, you just go GMO, ChemDog D. Those would be my top 2 right there. Nice. Next would be like the PG4, peanut butter, Sour Dub, the Diesel. That would be my next backup selection.
And when do we think that the kind of research is going to drop? Do we have an idea, like a time frame on that?
I think if people wanted to get and we can do this through Dark too. If people want to get the whole menu, I feel like by showing that dedication, they should be a part of the test group that get to run through these. And I'm pretty sure Max is cool with that too. And then for the rest of the drop, it's going to be like you have to wait till he and I both are like, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So, all right. So how many strains? Okay. Well, we'll get to that. I guess it's Valentine's Day.
So what I wanted to do, bro, is when you get the beans back, we could hunt around the same time, and then I'll have time. Spring, fall.
Brad is down to help hunt too. He said.
Okay. Well, either way,
you can just hunt it.
Get my pheno, bro, and I'll get my pheno to you, and then fucking we swap out phenos and see what each other found, and then after that, we'll make a determination. What do we want to do, and how we want to take that forward.
Peanut butter is going to bring a creamy peanut butter gassy thing to it. You know what I mean? There is the oddities that do throw out, like when we first started the peanut butter breath, before it was a back cross, in the peanut butter jelly breath. So before the back cross started, there were some weird, savory meat, kind of that kind of vibes.
Yeah.
But at the back cross, it was already just sweet, creamy peanut butter with fish to it, gassiness.
Mm-hmm.
Some funky,
I like peanut butter breath
a ChemDog or a GMO, but it's not garlic. It's just that ganja funk,
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
you know how it is. It's something new. You never know what's going to actually happen.
Well, I know what's going to happen with that grape, bro. That's going to make it freaking where it's a little bit of that danky gas, like OGKB. You're going to find some that mix with that grape smell. And it's going to be a real grape gas kind of profile in some of those phenos, I feel like.
Well, I feel like grape gas is definitely sweet and gas, but it's not grape.
No. I'm not saying it like the strain grape gas, actually.
Okay, yeah. Yours is definitely grape to me. It definitely has, I heard you saying, kind of that spree candy thing going on.
Yeah.
I did notice that in the Hawaiian sun, if the sun's directly on it, it will get also a grape fermented, not like wine, but just papaya is a good example. Papaya, when it's in the direct sunlight, it's go from sweet tropical papaya fruit to rotten almost papaya fruit. And so it didn't go rotten grapes. It went candy grapes. If I smell it in the morning, if I go and it's noon or later, it goes more into that more it wants to go fermented grape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then that's how you tell the volatility of the terps to the sun and the heat and all that. So you're definitely cut this when it's if you're going to smoke it when it's morning or nighttime. Don't cut that ever during the middle of the day.
Yeah, well, I know on the ones that are really, really like super sweet, and then they have like a good loud profile that comes off them, like the watermelon Rolex, watermelon later, and the Great Moon Pop.
Very crazy too. It's just more
You don't
sativa,
want
right?
to let it get warm, dude. It's best to pick those ones like when it's cold or like at night or something like that, because like exactly like you're saying, freaking it dissipates, pretty easily.
Well, I
Once
really want to put our grape into your grape. I just don't know how we're gonna do it because it's like mine is like a grape like a grape runts is the best way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely like an outlier because the other one, as Quite a Kind Seeds can tell you, is straight lemon, like to the teeth. And then this other sister somehow like reverted back to the grape ape ancestry in the Skittles and went just full on grape fucking soda, grape candy, like
Yeah,
just
no,
to
it's
the
unreal. The two of them together should make something amazing because the one is so indica and the other one's way more to the sativa side.
Exactly.
That's what I'm most interested in. Like mine is more stout, like, kind of on the indica side. So if we brought up the structure a little bit, that'd be good. But I think because yours has those other kind of profiles that are in the other phenos, it's going to be, we'll see some diversity. We're going to see different versions of like grape candies mixed with other things. But that other grape line, the Great Moon Pop, bro, all throughout that line,
and
those
then
are
we
really
double up
consistent.
on the grape.
Yeah, double it up, but I think we'll still see a little variation in there.
Guaranteed.
Cool.
I think that's going to be a good one, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
the
right,
peanut butter though, the grape is going to be crazy if we can get the creaminess and the cushiness from my peanut butter to complement your grape. You know what I mean? I think that it'll be like in my mind, it'll be like if you were to take a grape soda and make like a fucking vanilla,
It'll be like a grape float is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like,
I know
like
they're
kind
going
of
to
like
be
a grape
really,
ice cream.
they're going to be nice for indoor flower and for making hash too. Like it's going to be beautiful flower and it'll also wash good.
Yes.
I think it'll be an all around color plant with good washing and great flower to smoke. So that one, I think the strawberry icy looks more sativa to me. So I don't know.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know like the actual bloom time and all that because I'm kind of just watching it and the seeds and all that. But it does smell delightful. If I was going to compare it to anything, the Ricky Show has this old school Mexican sativa landrace thing that's like got a similar strawberry but different, if that makes sense.
Yeah. This one turns really artificial. Like as soon as it gets like at its prime.
Oh, it's definitely radical because I'm like, it's definite. Like I have a strawberry, but mine is like strawberry gas.
Yeah.
And yours doesn't have the gas. Yours is just strawberry artificial.
Gas.
Yeah,
There's
no,
gas.
that strawberry was neat.
It's less like a real strawberry and more like what you smell in like a strawberry candy. Like whatever.
No, not like a real strawberry. It's like if you were to go buy a strawberry candy from the store or a strawberry soda, you're like, that's what it is.
Strawberries.
It reminded me of the old school strawberry candies. The little ones you got at Christmas that were like that with the little.
Oh yeah, that's what Tino said. The little candy.
Like the old grandma ones.
The grandma candies.
Exactly.
That was the smell I got from it.
I get straight to strawberry. I just think to myself like a strawberry soda, like the I forget what I think it was the Diamond Head strawberry soda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
dude,
because I had strawberry soda. Pheno is not the same genetics, but it was a strawberries and cream F2 cross, and it was just straight strawberry soda.
I need to just put those two together, bro, because one's a sativa, one's an indica. They're both artificial, but you have strawberry, you have grape, and you get like a mixture would be badass.
Well, the peanut butter will definitely make it a more indica dominant, but it's gonna bring cream and that cream and gas. So
I'm talking about crushing the Great Moon Pop with the straw soup.
Together, that'd be mean.
Yeah. I think it'd be a good cross too, actually. I never thought about doing that one. I've focused on that Rolex shit so much, dude. I really like that watermelon profile. You're gonna trip out, bro.
Big bale of it I'm getting ready to try to send here. I just gotta plan it around. I gotta cut this peanut butter bread back cross menu, and it's gotta make sure I got like all the big moms that I want, which I think I do. But
dude, with the Hawaiian sun, that male should make resin because it made resin over here, and you'll be able to smell what it smells like, dude. It smells like
definitely. I already pre-flowered a couple to just try them out. I didn't like let them finish. I just put them outside for 2-3 weeks when I had nothing in bloom and let them like see what it kind of like. Oh, what do you look like? And then stuck it back inside, and those were clones off the mom.
Mm-hmm.
So they definitely produce resin.
Nice.
And then I rubbed it, and I got definitely like
dude, it's got to
but
go.
it was like a watermelon thing, like definitely a watermelon sour candy or something. I don't know.
It gets way more loud and artificial, like when the male is fully flowered out. You know, like at the end, that's when the smell really pops off that resin.
Does the pollen produce smell? Because that's the best smells when you're trying to get the flavor to come through.
It's hard to tell because, dude, you could touch the leaves or like anything on that plant, and it just smells like fucking straight, like a starbursty kind of smell.
Some papaya crosses, like if you got a big male and you tap it, the whole air smells like papaya from just the pollen.
Yeah. You could smell it in the air for sure, especially like if it's like cold.
That's good. That's a good sign then.
I gotta get going, you guys. Peace out. Have a good one.
Kind seeds go fast for them. He's got fire, guys.
Yeah, on the site.
On the site. $20 packs.
Yeah, the site, man. Use the code. Save yourself some money. Whole line's on the site. It's all there. You can go to his site. You go to my site and use the code. You know, you guys want to use a credit card, go to my site, buy them up. All right, brother.
Right on, brotherhood.
So, Max, so we talked about doing, you know, some pre-sales. I know we're going to probably do some auctions Saturday night as well. So if you want to talk a little bit about
the vaulted stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about the watermelon Rolex stuff. So the watermelon Rolex, I made a bunch of hybrids with it out of the F2s when I found that male to make the F3s with. I hit my grape moon pop. I hit my strawberry souffle. I hit the honey banana, and that was about it for what I'm going to drop on there. It's the honey banana, the grape moon pop, and the strawberry souffle to the watermelon Rolex. And then I also did In the Pines by the honey banana. That's fucking phenomenal too. So the In the Pines, it's like one of those strains that probably wouldn't have had very good wash potential, but the honey banana made it wash but kept the profile, if you know what I mean. Like it gave it enough of a dry sandy resin to make it yield, and you know, it's like a 4 to 5% strain on certain phenos, but it's loud, like the craziest pineapple smell ever, dude. Like it's probably the most thing I've been excited about since the watermelon Rolex and the red gummy. But yeah, that's kind of just like I want to start, you know, slowly letting some of that stuff out too. I think it's really special. If you like sativa, more of like, you know, kind of a head high, creative, energetic buzz. It's not one of those strains that like makes you like, you know, down in the ditches. It like makes you where you could remember everything. You feel more on point with that strain, bro.
Yeah, I think it seems like a lot of people are looking for more on the sativa side lately. I get asked questions.
That one's good. You know, it's like, I think people are looking for something that gives them that, like, you know, up kind of energy, but they don't want it to be too much. They don't want to have heart race. They don't want to have like anxiety. So like, I think this is a good balance where like, it's not going to give you anxiety, but it's going to still make you have that creative kind of, you know, giggly high. And it's a good all over, you know, fucking buzz. And that's what I'm gonna be smoking for my daytime shit for, you know, the next
few years. People need that, man. They need a daytime, you know.
I need it right now, dude.
I'm saying, me too. That's what I said. I said, damn, I feel like I've been here for fucking a lot longer. Well, it's almost 3 hours. I usually do 8 to 11. 3 hours is a long time to sit here, you know.
Yeah,
we're about at 3 hours. We're like 12 minutes off right now. So I figure that's one of the strains. So there's going to be 3 strains we're going to drop. It's going to be a pre-sale. I can get it on the site by Saturday night, and we'll point people to it. I feel like when we come back Saturday, I'll have those 3 strains because I know a lot of people have been asking. Like I said, you know, both of you guys really. Yeah,
I thought that was a good, like those are a good one to drop right now. And that's, 808's kind of talked about the Great Moon Pop a little bit. He's talked about the Strawberry Souffle a little bit. And like, the whole reason with like the Grape Melon Burst and the Straw Melon Burst is because like they have a fucking Starburst smell. So that's kind of the reason that I ended up naming it what I did.
I already know. You're definitely one of them. Trust me. Saturday night, we're going to do a pre-sale, Amelia, on those 3 strains. And he's also, I'm going to let you know right now, my Saturday night auctions, Max is going to be with me. So you're going to be able to get some things Saturday night, kind of research-wise. You're not going to be able to get anywhere else. So I advise you guys to make sure you come through the auction Saturday night.
Tap in, because I'm going to pull out some stuff that's going to be vaulted after that. Like, it's some things I might not have even put out there. Some things might be, and they're super limited. But once, that auction's over, you're not going to have access to those certain things. There's just going to be breeding stock.
Oh, ski! Let's go! What's that? But hey, listen, you guys have any questions at all? All right, we got 10 minutes left. I'm going to end this in 10 minutes because that's 3 hours, and I think we're good. Any questions for you guys? You got 10 minutes. Ask away. Kind of research, anything you've grown, questions you have, anything.
You know what?
Man.
That garlic berry Rolex too, dude. We need to drop that, and we also need to drop the fucking the F3s.
Yeah, I got the F. Yeah, we need the F3s. Definitely the garlic berry Rolex, bro.
Dude, the garlic berry Rolex is fucking insane. It actually has a grape smell too. Like the best fucking pheno that I've smelled so far. It's like a grape fucking candy smell too, and it's beautiful, extremely beautiful fucking bud.
Yeah, this stuff, we need to get this stuff out to the people, man. Like we just do. So
I think the F3s too, dude, that's going to be super stable and consistent for whoever gets those. They're all right around that 50, 60-day flowering time. They all smell super fucking similar to the selection that I made. That was, there was another pheno that I had found in there that had like a kind of a actual rainbow sherbet ice cream smell, and then like a little bit of Z in there. And like that was the selection that I made on the F3, and like you could see it a lot in there. It's throughout, a good portion of the offspring.
Right.
I like when I find outlier phenos, because like when you go into the F2s and you're looking in there, like you see a lot of the just pure candy. Like it smells like the mother, the gummy smell, Starburst or like High Chews. But occasionally there's like one that's like way different than the rest of its siblings. But yeah. Those are going to be special.
All right. Well, we should do 4 then. We could do 4 strains, add that garlic into there too. We could do 4.
That'd make 5 strains total. It'd be the F3 dub rollout.
Oh, the F3. I forgot. Yeah, the F3. Okay. So
this one would be a good one to cross, Max, too. This is the Sherbin Runs 33. It's straight guava candy to the T. So like that to watermelon Rolex would go crazy.
I love
guava watermelon. Sounds fucking delicious, actually.
Guava watermelons.
Yeah.
And it's got crazy. You can't really see it in person.
Bro,
the camera the same, but it's like a pinky. It's like a pinky red in person. It's more. You know how a lot of strains go like black. This one goes more like a pink red, and it's still dark, but
I like that pink.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a beautiful look.
Like there's like same thing with Flash.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you guys. I'm excited for that stuff to come out. I mean, it's going to be. I think people are going to really jump on that. It's a good.
Dark's going to like this.
Let's go gas.
Dark's like, I need the gas. I got you, dog. I got you. This is the gas.
That's what I want. You already know the gas. That's it. Shit.
Dude, the crispy
peanut butter blueberry gas, though. Candy gas is good.
Here's my grape one right here. So it's not the most photogenic plant, but if we're talking straight up grape terps, this is the best I've found in our gear.
Nice. You have anything pineapple, bro?
The Sugar Tits has a lot of pineapple to it. Like a pineapple candy gas, though. It's not just straight pineapple.
Yeah. I've got some shit that's just like straight pineapple. Like artificial pineapple, like the way that those ones that I gave you are like artificial grape and artificial strawberry. I found one that's like fucking super artificial fucking pineapple.
Nice. This is the one that we have that's straight lemon terps right here. Again, it's not the most photogenic plant, but
oh, dude,
straight
and then so I was
lemon
supposed to
terps
send
for
you
the
some
seed.
of the honey banana by Holy Banana, remember? And I had freaking spaced out on it. So
Oh, it's all good.
I fucking flowered some of those out, dude. And like I was expecting straight banana terps like across the board. You know what I mean? Like, of course it's banana, banana, banana. But bro, there's some that smell tropical. Like just like there was straight tropical smell. Like I keep thinking citrus kind of in my brain, but it's not citrus. Like it's banana with something that makes it smell like a tropical candy smell. But I would just been tripping, dude, that like I expected pure banana, but it ended up getting fucking these, some tropical terps that popped out.
I'm telling you guys, you gotta have names at some point. We gotta grow them out first before they're named.
Shit, you gotta name that shit, man. Damn, yeah. Grape Moon Pop, the peanut butter bread BX2, and the strawberry souffle to the peanut butter bread BX2.
Gonna be wicked.
Got to come up with some names for that.
Bro, I can't wait to. I'm gonna fucking be so fucking happy to smoke that hash this fall, man.
Well, I have the I cut a branch off the Great Moon Pop already to try to get like a nut seed store we can do a really good peanut nut right away, and then we're not waiting for because they were ripe already.
Mm-hmm.
I like to make sure if I'm gonna let other stuff go longer, I want everything to get as ripe as it can get.
Yeah.
Oh, here come the names though. G-pop breath. That's not bad. That's got a name. That's got a ring to it though. Those G-pop.
It's definitely gonna be grapey. It's definitely gonna be creamy gas. Peanut butter. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly.
Grape Uncrustables.
You 808 had some ideas, I remember.
Yeah. Hawaiian grape shave ice is a good one, but I don't know if it's gonna go that direction or not.
Mm-hmm.
Grape shave
I know.
ice. I mean, it's a good name. It sounds fucking delicious, right? So,
well, we were thinking that too. That we might end up with some phenos that are almost like a PB&J like style.
Yeah,
there will be really great peanut butter jelly breath all in one.
Yeah, there should be something like that. And that would be fire hash, bro. Like that would taste so good in a dab. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I got a. It's not grape to the tea jelly. It's more like a strawberry jelly, but I do have a peanut butter jelly breath that we call it, where it's like peanut butter, strawberry, all in. Where like it transitions on the palate in the smoke, if that makes sense. Where like you start off peanut butter, then it goes jelly, but strawberry jelly, and then it goes gas.
That's what we got to try to do, bro, is make these strains that are like more multi-dimensional. Like we make one that's grape jelly and then strawberry jelly, and then we bring those together.
Yeah, we can layer it. That's the future of cannabis, I feel like, but it's hard to explain to people like, yo, you can have a strain taste like three things from one hit until they experience it. You know what I mean? But like we have like me and Ricky did this one cross where it's like it tastes literally like old school Afghani, like wedding cake cushiness, but then like the other thing all in one where it's like really crazy to where like let's just compare it to Gary Payton. It's like already taking that out like 100%. But it's different because like the front end is more like this crazy Ganny thing than like, and nothing else is like that out there that I see.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about unique terms, and that's why like the Great Moon Pop and the Strawberry Souffle are like, yeah, these are unique. Like I have a grape, but my grape's different. I have a strawberry, but mine has gas in it, so it's not straight strawberry.
Bro, I'll tell you exactly why I selected those fucking ones. Because they smelled like one thing. Like I've smelled that smell kind of before, but it's mixed with like a little bit gas or a little bit dank.
Exactly. That's how our lemon is. It's like that. Like the lemon lips #2 is just lemon, right?
So I think
it's like a touch of candy to it, but like it's not, you know what I mean? It's lemon to the tea where you're like, I can't really make a better lemon than that. You know what I mean?
If we could stabilize lines like that though, bro, like the batch of seeds is consistent, like just scrape, just that, it's going to be so much easier to stack those smells like and mix them together. Because if you have 15 smells and 15 smells, it's never going to.
Well, when you found like with line breeding, so if I stack my male, right, line breeding, it just will.
That's what I'm doing right now with all the lines, where I'm just line.
Like Trippy, I've stacked it and line bred it. It's just that. The cherry, I've stacked it and line bred it. It's just that. The runs, same thing. So it's like if you stack it and line breed it, it will be just that when you're crossing it to the same mother. But then when you cross it to other plants, like let's just say like peanut butter breath wedding cake, right? You're gonna get the mother plant in the front, and you're gonna get the male plant in the back. So whatever your mother's bringing is gonna be stacked in the front of the genetics, and whatever your male is gonna be stacked in the back of the genetics. And when you line breed, you're more likely to actually find what I call a true 50-50 pheno, where you actually find, let's say, wedding cake to runs BX3. You're gonna find that vanilla cream kush, but you're gonna find that candy runts in there as well.
Well,
like
yeah,
even,
that's the whole premises of creating a true F1, like what most people call a F1 of a polyhybrid and a polyhybrid's.
Yeah, but you have to have a male that's influential enough to actually change that female, right? If
on
you're
both
using
sides, technically on both sides.
if you're using an F1 style of breeding, unless you're using true landrace genetics or close to landrace genetics, it's
or
not
stabilizing on
overpowered.
both sides yourself. I mean, you could just take them up to F7 or F8 or just S-gen them till they're stable enough.
I think the F8 technique worked well with my dad guys and some of the partners, and then the Skunk Master Flex Gear had the F8 Larry OG in there, and you could definitely like, even to the GMO, you could still see the Larry was in it. Not every female, but it still came into it.
I think honestly, doing back crossing and like fimming actually gets you a little closer than, because when you're F-genning, there's
definitely is going to give you almost identical to the mother.
Very close.
But there is phenotype variation even in S1s.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the best way to do it for stability purposes to create a back cross line, and then from that back cross line reverse that. Like let's just use lemon lips for example. Mm-hmm. No, I haven't back crossed the lemon that far in it or anything, but you just reverse that back onto itself. You're gonna get a true lemon S1 where it's only gonna be that.
So
you know what I mean?
So you're doing like a BC1, but then you're fimming it back to itself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But then I would prefer to like work that further before I wanted to create S1, just because I feel like I saw how different the sister phenotypes were, and even though I know the one phenotype will express predominantly what it is, it's nice to know like, oh, I've done like, let's just say lemon lips to lemon lips, which is technically an F2, but because the runs BX2 is involved, it's actually an in-cross. See how that works there? And so by creating what's like a lemon runs in-cross, it's really a F2 in-cross that will have way less variation in it. And then you can go do that further 3 times. And because it's an in or a back cross that line that you're starting with, you're going to have a faster time of achieving the F8 status, even though it won't be there at F3. That's what they call parallel line breeding. And that's a little trick guys have already used in Hawaii with success. So I'm looking at different approaches like that for reversals, because I like to use something that has a guaranteed that trait is going to pass. You can always do the test method as well too.
It increases the frequency of the alleles being passed. Like the way that you're doing it, like on a normal BC1, you'd be at 75% of the one that you're, back crossing into. But if you did it on a FIM, you would be more like 81 or 82. I'm not sure.
For sure.
Exactly. But you're doing the same exact work. Technically, you know what I mean? It's still one cross, but one has more alleles from the parent that's passing on.
But I feel like it's all about like how you cross something. Like my dad's heirloom purple tie is so strong that even if I back cross it into any other genetics, it's still present because of its being closer to what's called a landrace.
Mm-hmm. Well,
those are things that always overpower.
Yeah. Right. Blah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
is a lot of work, bro. And it's hard to find authentic, like non-work stuff.
Yeah, no one really does.
For me, it's totally worth it. Working lines, like it's worth it for, I guess, like a different. It's not for like, you know, releasing to the public and like making more money. It's like there's a different reason behind why I do it. You know.
I do it for medical values. That's how I look at it. Is I need pain relief, and certain strains give me the pain relief. And then so if I can line breed that to make it guaranteed that's what the guy gets, then the people that are sick and dying from cancer can guaranteed have that pain relief they're looking for. It's not a question, right? I'm all about terps as well, but at the root of it, that's why I started. You know what I mean? Is to like have those.
Yeah, I started in the medical days, and I had like a little collective where it was like a bunch of people would come and people would, you know, sign over their paperwork so you could grab their shit. And yeah, it was cool, dude. The 215 days over here in California were awesome. Like it was like the coolest fucking, you know, setup system for medical that you could think of. We had this.
I loved it. Whenever I visited up there, it was always like up in Humboldt and Eureka and Mendo. Like if you went to dispensaries up there, there was always good stuff. The homies always
stuff, super diverse.
There, and you know what I mean? It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. As soon as rec came around, like we lost a lot of diversity. The amount of strains that were available like dwindled down, and like it's just a lower quality overall too. You know, not as much like love put into it.
Seems like that's what happens everywhere when rec comes along. You know.
Yeah, I guess it does it to
every. It happened in Michigan too. When I mean, it happens.
But it's a weird kind of progression though, like because it's like it's so bad that most people at home realize I could just buy my own seeds, grow it at home, and it's way fucking better than the dispensary. I don't care what dispensary or what city you live in. You
no doubt.
Seeds and have something better than that shit, bro, for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You know, dry
exactly.
it.
That's what it's all about, you know. Yo, someone asked, is the strawberry souffle cut available?
No, I'm not letting that out yet.
Okay. I don't know why y'all on Instagram don't just come over here, man. It looks like I'm just looking down and like preoccupied. Meanwhile, all you fools on Instagram that I'm having to like look down and talk to.
Got crosses of it though. We got the banana berry souffle. I think there's some at Dark Star. Fucking that banana Kushman dumbs, bro. It was around over 7% fucking washer. So the Gushmans to the freaking, you know, the banana.
Way better. Grow your own, y'all. Grow your own. Grow these guys' gear right here. You're gonna be fucking stoked.
Maybe is where it's at.
New drops coming up. Pre-sale coming up Saturday.
Really dink medicine and knowing like you grew that.
Exactly. Valentine's Day drop coming up from 808. We got a pre-sale going on Saturday night. It'll be on the site from Canna Research.
22 for the peanut butter, and there might be more. That's just what I could remember. And we also got Dark. We got that wedding cake stuff, but it's more limited. I didn't produce a lot of it, so the price point would be there.
Well,
it's Cinnamon Girl Scout, F1, going into the wedding cake, and then back cross to the wedding cake until we got to the BX4.
So what's the deal with the
coconut cream?
Yeah, and we just dropped the ZBX4.
Yeah, we did our Skittles BX4 menu that is available at Dark.
Yeah, those are on the site.
Particularly tea, straight grapefruit candy all day. We did try to select for stuff that had color though, as Z typically does never have color. So we wanted to get it to be like what we call a modern day masterpiece, and I feel like it's there, you know. The guava to the Skittles would be my top pick. Like, that's going to be insane. I wish we had the papaya Skittles to release. Didn't have enough seed to release it. We had to keep it just agreed with.
Did your Z make a small amount of seeds too, bro? Like I made one Z cross and I didn't get.
No, the seeds did well. Just the papaya plant wasn't. So what I found is like as you back cross here. So like let's say Skittles is a notoriously ugly plant, doesn't grow easy, yada yada yada. Right? Okay. It grows better outside than it does inside. Number one, it was still greenhouses.
Also, bro, it seems like it grows a little bit better in the shade. Like if you take it to
it doesn't like too much sun. Yeah. And then by the time we got to the back cross, it already grew so much better. And each generation, like I said, I've seen BX, BX2, BX3, BX4. It just continuously grows better. And I know the technical term is BC, but I've been just so wired to saying BX because That's what I remember. Like,
of course, it's a technical.
You know what I mean? That's what I remember hearing back in the day. Is like, oh, it's all about the back crosses, and I'm like, what's that? You don't know about the BX, and you're like, oh, what? What's that? That's where you do this. You F1 it out, and then you go back on the mom, and you're like, oh, that makes a lot of sense if I'm trying to get the mom to like lock in, you know?
Mm-hmm. Now we'll have washer clones for sure, but the strawberry souffle, it probably won't be on that list. But there's a bunch of selected stuff that's killer. Some super good for the great cake mints that I have, dude. I need to get you that one too. Like it does.
It's a couple washers.
I'm gonna let both of you guys know.
5 to 6%, and then we got the OMG burger does 6 to 7%.
I'm putting together a clone site, dude. I got a lot of people that are gonna be on board. I am just gonna put the site up unless you're, if you guys want, once it's up, all I'm gonna do, it'll be a drop. Like I'll take, I'll promote the clones. I'll do all that. It'll be my site, but you guys will ship it out, all that. So if you guys are down when it's ready, which will be about 3 to 4 weeks from now, you guys let me know.
Hells yeah. I'll have all this shit fucking TC'd. It'll take like, 3 to 6 months, and like it'll all be Gin Zeros for fucking everyone.
That's it. Everybody I talked to so far, like pretty much everybody's on board. And I feel like I know so many people at this point in time. It'd be cool to have like that variety where they can go and look up Canna research, and maybe there's 2 options, 3 options, 5 options, 808, and like I said, I would just take payment. We figure it, whatever. We figure all that shit out. But, I want to set up a central clone site. And that's
cool. It makes sense.
Good for the guy growing to be able to have options, straight up.
Yeah, it would be, obviously, like, there's.
It's cool to see like what we all selected too. I mean, like it's like
exactly.
Right, you know what I mean? You get
like the fruity pebble cereal.
Like
the fruity pebble cereal, like the dust at the bottom of the bag.
Yeah.
I got this Runts Kush mints that they went straight like sour Kush, but like with that fruity pebble cereal at the, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's pretty trash. Dude, we did a pineapple Pez Melonade de Runts, and it was fucking like insane fucking candy terps, dude. Like that was the only time that I ever was like impressed by like Runts, like it's super different than most of the other shit that I've done. But I could send you some of that Pezade too. That sounds
Runts
like
can pair real well. It just depends on like, how it goes. It's like all how it is, and then there's a bunch of different Runts cuts out there. So it's like I've seen, like, put it this way, my good friend, I don't want to drop names, who is a breeder, when I sent him my Sugar Tits cut, and he's like grew it out next to the cut he had that was Runts and lemon cherry gelato. He's like, yo, where the fuck did you get your Runts cut from? I was like, from Sean Cron. Mm-hmm. And then he was like, I was like, dude, that's the only place you can get it. Anyone else who says they got it, it's probably fronting. That's what I heard, at least. I don't know. That was years ago.
That cut is everywhere now, bro. I'll tell you that.
I bet it is, but I'm just saying back.
Maybe, yeah.
5 years ago, like no one had it.
Well, that's why they were charging 1,000, and then after, or I think it started like 10, then it went to 1,000. Maybe
it was like 10,000 at one point, I think.
That's what I'm saying. It was super expensive. Then it went down to like 1,000, and then everyone got access to it after that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens,
But anyways, dude, I think that fucking Pezade, I should send you some of that shit, because that was something super special out of that Runts that I found. That was a washer, fucking yielded good, and like it had a general terp profile that like everyone raved about.
I think I have a Pezade cross on the site. I'm pretty sure, right? You did something with the Pezade.
Go tap the gear on the site right now.
Yeah, I have the Pezade. I think I was looking up something for actually Amelia, and I came across those packs. There's a couple things I need to get the lineage of from you, because I think that I was not sure what they were. I think Pezade was one of them. So, yeah. But I'll probably do that Saturday. Like I said, I'll probably pull out some of this older stuff I have of yours as well, and I can put it up and we can talk about it. And,
I saw the wall.
What? Go through a bunch of your stuff Saturday night. 26 peanut butter strains, 2 exclusives. That's still missing 2 of the 3.
26 technically. See, I got stoned and I couldn't think of them all.
Oh, okay.
So how do they get the freebies, 808?
They got to buy the whole box set, right?
Yeah. So if you're trying to be part of the exclusive hunt, you got to get the box set. So,
you know what? We'll probably kick something down too. Like we'll make it into a contest, bro. Like whoever has the most badass keeper.
Why don't we have them pick the best one, and then like everybody grows it, and then like somehow we figure out like guys that actually have our friends that can wash, grow it as well, and then we can kind of test the hash, because I feel like
that'd be cool too. Yeah.
We make hash from our pheno, the homie. You know what I mean? If we're all making hash, and then we're all sharing the jars as like a prerequisite, like that's to get into the deal. Besides, like, you know what I mean? That's the way I've always done it with my gear. Is I try to get guys I know, like Bangladesh, other people, like, here you go, fucking run it. Send me back the best cut.
Yeah, well, what I was gonna say though is like whoever's the winner, and like after that's all said and done, I'll kick him down some packs, and I know you'll for sure.
Yeah, I'll throw some packs in too. 100%. And maybe like they get, if they help, everybody can get access to that cut. Maybe like we pick the winner cut and then put that up on Dark site.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's do that, man. Let's do it. I know a lot of people.
Give it to the guy that like whoever finds the best pheno, give them a bunch of extra goodies. And I'm just gonna say I have good luck finding good shit. So I have a feeling I'm in the running, but we'll see. You never fucking know. You know what I mean? You never know.
Oh shit. If you guys want to touch on that, I'm not sure who that is. You know,
how does someone collab though? In what form is that?
In what fashion? You know, there's a lot. It's got to be actually mutually beneficial, first of all. You know, what the
man, he won't stop. Oh shit.
Yeah, and the collab stuff will eventually drop as well. Like there'll be a point where you can just buy it if you don't want to get the box set. So
yeah, I mean that's fucking good incentive though. Like is that it kind of is like.
Well, I'm figuring if they get the whole box set, those will be, and they're the only guy. Those are going to be like the first two they want to pop. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna say there's a lot of good shit in there, so it's like good luck.
I know, but yeah, I mean since it's a collab or whatever, and then those are getting tested. Fucking like I said, I'll kick down like a box set or something fucking dope for whoever ends up winning. It's far off, you know. We still have time.
I just know how resinous the peanut butter line is that we've worked, and how that great moon pop structure and resin is. You're just like, dude, listen,
bro. That smell alone could have made me keep breeding it, dude. Just
like it. You need it. It's not about I want. You need it. You know what I mean? Because like if you're growing that as like, listen, if you want to be trap extraordinaire master,
that'd be a killer one,
that
dude.
kind of right there, peanut butter with the grape, you're just gonna with the cushiness and the creamy, you're just like, dude. And the color and bag appeal of peanut butter. I don't know how his does color wise, but
you could like turn into a whole brand, bro. Like,
that's what I'm saying. You could literally, even as a breeder, you could get that, run with it, take a male, hit it into something. That's an entire brand right there, because it's like, it's so futuristic as far as like, I've done strawberry runs to the peanut butter, and it gives you that ability for that like 3 levels of flavor in one hit. And I haven't found much stuff like that. So it's like, I have all the crazy cuts and this and that. I feel like the future of cannabis, yes, that one distinctive grape, that one distinctive strawberry, that one distinctive lemon is really going to matter.
Dude, I haven't even got you the watermelon.
The complexity is going to stand out for a lot of people, where you're like, I taste peanut butter, grape, jelly, and fucking cushy peanut butter gas. You're like, yo, that like went in one way, flipped on my tongue, and then on the exhale, it fully swung this other way. Then your mind will be blown, where you can't stop smoking it.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Because I've already seen it with the peanut butter jelly breath, and then that thing was with strawberry candy, like soda thing, similar to your strawberry icy, but it was not so sativa. It was more just like an indica bud, but it was real strawberry.
Dude,
and so like
you see the watermelon, dude, the watermelon's even crazier. So the watermelon has a more insane artificial loud terp than even that grape or that strawberry. Like that, it's like it smells so fake because it's not just one specific smell. Like it's like, oh, this smells like a Jolly Rancher candy, or this smells like a watermelon Starburst, or like a high chew. Like it has all that complexity of like what makes a chewy candy, you know, smell like a chewy candy. Like it's the original one. I called it red gummy because it literally smells like gummy bears.
Well, I know it's gonna be wild because I got a little smell on the resin, and then I put it with, like I said, like we put it with papaya. The hash from that will blow doors. We put it with Skittles, Runt. What else? The cherry pie is not gonna wash. That's my only concern with that. Like,
it's all right, dude. We could take it another generation.
Well, I feel like you can get it to wash because I know guys have washed our cherry pie crosses, but it's gonna do like 4% is gonna be your best pheno. You're not gonna find anything higher than that.
That's all we really need, dude, for something.
No, I'm just saying it's gonna barely hit a bench.
Dude, that's gonna be an insane profile.
And then the lemon definitely, the guava thing definitely, but then even things like original sunset sherbet. I feel like sherbet isn't. Not enough people give sherbet credit for like how unique and special it is. You know what I mean?
It's good, dude. It's a good one.
Because it reminds me of Burmese. Like I know it's not a pure Burmese, but like I remember my homie had this. They called it the Pink Lady, which I think it was also known as Pink Panties, but it was just like a Burmese Kush, is what he said, and it was just straight up dead on like sherb terps, but like no color or structure like the sherb at all.
Yeah,
it was just terp of the sherb. Raspberry. I don't think I have any raspberry. Just
I got some raspberry terps. I got some raspberry terps that come from the freaking banana punch muffin that I did a long ass time ago. But yeah, freaking they smell like that, kind of like that blue raspberry smell, like the, you know, whatever, like an artificial blue.
I got a cool blueberry that might go good with the watermelon. It's like a cherry pie blueberry, but it's way more blueberry than it is cherry pie. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that smells.
Get that with the watermelon just to see. And then we got other stuff too. Like I got black maple, you know, a bunch of the new hype shit.
Did the guy ever get back on the Sour Cindy?
He's supposed to send it to me, so I'm gonna try to hit it to that. But then they wanna help control how that would get released because of the Sour Cindy being involved.
Do you know what it is?
Cinderella 99 something.
Sour, maybe.
Probably Sour Diesel Cindy 99, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what it is neither. Is it? Does it remind you of freaking the Sour Dub or no?
It's way better than Sour Dub if you're looking for just like sour candy terps.
Okay, yeah, that's why. Like I noticed though, like a lot of the hash makers over there, like they prefer to run that over like just the regular sours. It looks like.
It just does like Sour Diesel. Like I don't know, man. Like it used to be fucking crazy, but I haven't seen sour like I seen 20 plus years ago.
Me neither, bro. So like this is the thing that I don't understand, and like I'm started like, you know, do all the washing myself, so I'm just gonna figure this shit out. Like, you know, unless it's the flowering time people don't want to deal with. Sour and Kim 91 supposedly wash super good, but like you don't see it on the market. Like you can't just go to any of your favorite hash makers and be like, hey bro, where's the diesel, where's the Kim 91?
Well, I bred this cut with the homie, which is dead on Sour Diesel, or like, you know who Harry Palms is, yeah?
Yeah.
We're going to be working on hopefully this year. He's coming out next month. He checked out the Fire D that me and the homie bred in a collaboration together. And the dude was like, my homie had the original Sour Diesel, the flour and the hash, and then the Fire D flour and the hash. And he kept giving him the Fire D, and he's like, yo, this sour is better than this sour. And he's like, no, this is the Fire Diesel. And he was like, no, this is the Sour Diesel. And like he couldn't get over his head like it was a pheno from a seed hunt. But I grew the Sour Diesel for like 15 years. So when we popped these seeds and I saw the 3-finger leaf where it's like not like the OG leaf, but like more of like it's more indica and more wide right away, I was like, yep, that's a Sour Diesel right there, 100%. And I think it comes from the chem dog, but I think all that comes from the pig shit. You know what I mean? Like, but I never did see the pig shit grow. So
I got some shit that's got some forbidden terps, fucking for sure. The shit that comes from that whitethorn rose, like it's super candy. It's like it's really really fucking candy.
I got some mimosa terps. We did sour tangy crosses a few different ways, and it came out.
Sour tangy was good.
Yeah, we did sour tangy chem dog, which is kind of guys are sleeping on it. We did a few other cool ones.
Let's go. I want the straight gas pump.
Gas pump smell. Go with the crippy.
Yeah, let me get that.
But straight crippy.
I'm gonna take you up on that cut one day. Trust me. I want the gassiest gas.
Hey, real New York sour, if it's the real one, dude, it reminded me of like a lemon warhead with just diesel gas on it.
I've got the Albany. I don't know. I'm gonna fucking flower it out pretty soon and see what it's about.
Most nowadays are like a fainter sour with diesel fuel on the back of it, but not like I said. What I remember was a lot more like sweet and sour candy in the front, and then the diesel and that sweet and sour candy has kind of faded out over the generations of how people have kept it. But you know, oh dude, sour tangy chem dog is gonna be wild. We did sour tangy peanut butter breath. That's a peanut butter marmalade, I believe. That's going to be a nuts one as well. Dumpers, that sour tangy cut does 7%, straight orange to the tea, really sour. Not really diesely though. It is supposed to be sour diesel tangy, but you do not get the diesel. You get just sour and tangy.
That tangy terp is strong too. It comes through on there.
Hard. We're actually hunting some honey bunny, which is I think honey banana Tropicana cookies, and then we cross in that to the GMO just to see what happens.
That'll be it.
Figure it'll be dang. You know what I mean? I'm like, that'll definitely. If you get the orange with some of the honey banana terps and the garlic, you're like, good luck. That's gonna be complex as fuck.
I need to get you some of those fucking honey banana, holy banana. Like, even though it's not like.
Yeah, I don't have like the greatest bananas, so we bred some stuff where it came out of the
banana OG BC1, bro. And it's still like
that's a good one.
Maybe I need to go through more, and see if I could find a more banana fino. But a lot of them are smelling tropical right now. That's not bad. It's just not what I expected because I was trying to do this collab with Oregon Kid and work.
That's kind of how banana terps kind of are though. Like they want to go tropical more than they want to stay pure banana. I've seen a lot of times.
I might have to S1 it, or like the.
Because I had a dead on like banana terp, like an ice cream banana, and we crossed it and F2'd it, and then I looked through them and I didn't find the exact same ice cream banana terp where I was like, damn, like that one pheno was the one, and it just went more tropical fruit.
Bro, it's so fucked up. Like a long time ago, the banana profile, like it was my favorite profile. Like when I first found it, because it was the first strain that I found that had like a pure artificial smell to me. Like I was like, wow, this is impressive. Like the hash is super good.
Yeah, it's like candy banana.
Yeah, it smelled like Laffy Taffy banana. The one that we had over here, like it got renamed Chiquita banana, but it was still Oregon Kid cut banana. But it was
the banana OG, right?
Yeah, and I fucking was like, man, maybe like it could get.
That banana OG is legendary. The homie actually said he had a cut of it for me. I don't have space for snips right now. That's why I've been kind of trying to. I got so much stuff, and then it's just trying to keep it all. You know how it goes, man. Trying to keep everything, but not keep everything that's not worth keeping. It's like, I almost got the thing like 4 times already, but then I'm like, bro, it's the only grape I have, and it's radical. It just doesn't have like. I want it to be grape with like the structure of the Sherbin Runts 33, but it doesn't have the structure yet. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, what I found out though is when you breed banana, if you fim it, it has intersex problems. Like you have to do it a different way.
I think ice cream banana is vaulted like just for hunting at this point. We're trying to find, like I said, if I can find that same ice cream banana terp I had, either a girl of it just to keep, or ideally a boy with resin that I have the profile on is what I was looking for. I'm gonna do it, but the ice cream banana is like, I don't know. It's like it didn't lock in easily, man.
Skunk one's not the same no more. That's gone, kind of.
No, it's not the same, bro.
I don't even know that. Yeah.
If you want skunk one, your best bet is the Kauai Electric Cross. It's that straight up sweet skunk to the T. But it's all how it's crossed. We do have a Kauai Electric back cross, which will give you the.
Did you guys have the Master Kush over there too?
We got the Master Kush. I
now that
was
was
the Master into the watermelon Rolex, but the thing is, it's like that Hindu Kush is unique and it has like a spice to it.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it's like earthy coffee spice. Like it's unique. You know, it's hard to explain. It reminds me a lot of the Bubba.
Dude, the grape to that would be good though. Like they're both like dense indica types. Fucking, you never know.
It'd make a menthol one probably.
You
I
think
feel like Kush pairs really good with like chem dogs, GMOs, OGs. You can put it with lemons. Go really well with it. I mean,
dude,
grape could too.
I did it was a super sour to the watermelon soda. The watermelon soda is what's like, you know, the grandparents to making the watermelon in later. And that shit is a really cool profile, bro. Like you get the fucking straight, like a sour fucking OG smell in the front, super loud, quick, fast finishing, and then the watermelons on the backside. So it's like loud diesel up front, and then you get still the melon, you know, but it's fizzy, like it's a melon soda. So you get fucking gas, diesel, and then melon soda. And fucking, I think the gas actually pairs good with fruit, dude. It makes a super interesting profile.
Oh, that's my favorite, is putting candies and gases together, or fruits and gases together. I feel like
that was some of my favorite
gas, it makes it better.
It's a cool profile, and it gives you like the little bit more of that, like, you know, potency from the gassy strain, and then the flavor from the fucking fruity one. Like, it's a real good mix to me.
I just find the gas ones usually have the desired medical effect I'm looking for. So
yeah,
when I'm looking like to breed like what I call medical varieties, like I'm like, this thing right here is definitely going to relieve pain, right? You know, and so like not all of our menus are built that way, but like the Crippy was put together and built that way from the back cross standpoint.
What's the name? What's the name signify?
On the Crippy, it was the crippler. It cripples you.
Called it? Was it crippler at first? Called the crippler at first?
Potentially, but I think it was too offensive, they said.
Oh, crazy.
Well, just because like you call it the crippler, and then guys literally are like falling asleep in their truck or falling over standing up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's the kind of weed though, like if you grow Crippy perfectly, it's like you feel like you need a wheelchair to get around. You're just like, I can't even move right now.
And hippie crippler. That's a good one.
It's supposed to be the precursor to OG, right?
Let's go.
Something like that.
That's what they say, but then when you grow out the OGs and the chems, you can definitely see the similarities. But Crippy, like I said, it has a more of an onion to it than any of the OGs I ever seen. Like they smell similar, but the Crippy has the addition of like it wants to go skunky, like almost like, but it's more like a green onion than it is a skunk. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the offensive cannabis terps are all up in her. It's not like
in Florida, like probably maybe even before. Well,
around the Crippler, the Kryptonite, the Crippy, and it's hard to say exactly who had what and when they had it, but
there was purple Kryptonite that was hella fire too.
Bro. That was definitely a different thing. That was like the Gainesville Green. That became the Crippler or whatever. So yeah.
Well, I think you got guys that surfed in Florida, guys that surfed in Hawaii. They're all like friends essentially, and you know it's pretty easy to understand how strains would be shared amongst friends.
Oh, 100%, bro. That's how I got. That's how.
I have friends that were on Oahu that can tell you they grew all these Florida strains that the Florida boys brought over in the 90s. You know what I mean? So it's like you're telling me there's no way that like Kelly Slater's surfing out here in Hawaii and Kelly Slater himself got fucking ganja from Hawaii. Like, come on now.
100%.
Like, I know people guarantee that.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
He came back to Florida in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. Yo, check out this, boys.
Hippie service.
There's a seed. Fucking give that to the homie over there.
And following the Grateful Dead. Like, that was huge.
Yeah,
like,
my dad straight up said, like from his mouth, he went to Florida to collect money before a surf trip because he needed his money to do his surf trip. And he was going over there for one reason. Obviously, some ganja went that way. You know what I mean? And like we obviously know the details, but
yeah, that's not a thing. So Crippy was not Haze. I mean, we called everything.
Yeah,
everything.
Crippy was never a Haze. Crippy is an indica that has sativa attributes in the sense that it's like an 11-week bloom. Some people say it can go 12, 13 weeks. Yep, shout out to the Florida growers.
No
you know,
doubt,
and our genetic war forced back to Florida by the biggest grow in Florida via S1 seeds because they needed the real deal and they knew where to come. Gainesville Green, yeah, I don't have familiarity with that one.
That's what it was.
Yeah, definitely a Florida strain.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Gainesville's Florida. So that's where the college.
Yeah, just like the Cuban haze. Like we never seen no Cuban haze out in Hawaii.
Yeah, that was that's what became like. That's
like the first thing we saw from Florida was like, and I wasn't even old enough to smoke, but allegedly was things like something called Ronald McDonald and like some other shit I can't remember. My homie that was from Florida probably is like a little younger than Dark by maybe like 1-2 years. He was bringing all the jack they were growing in Florida out to Hawaii. You know what I mean? Florida was definitely dropping a bunch of ganja because like I'm pretty sure it had like a pretty exquisite menu and it was all Florida grown herb they're bringing out here pre 2001, pre 9/11.
Yeah, pre 2000. Yeah, dude, back in
the
So
like
90s.
I already know the Florida boys get down because like all the bud he brought out was definitely like well grown hydro weed, like flush proper, burn good. Like you could tell they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I moved to Florida in 1990 just to age myself a little bit when I graduated. So I literally went through all the 90s as an 18, 19-year-old surfer deadhead kid in Florida. So I saw it all,
But just think about it. All people in Florida and Hawaii call kind bud, as they called it back in the day, crippy, fuller, tonight. It's just like everybody calling stuff Kush at one point. It's like there's one real one, and then there's a whole bunch of imposters, and everybody's gonna fucking sell it as the same because it's selling good. It just if you know you when it don't, you don't get it.
The kind is the same thing as like kind bud, right? When they say
it really
that,
went from dank. Like we would walk around like right when I started following the Grateful Dead, it would be like dank,
lime green, bud. That's what
just means good bud.
That's what a lot of like.
And then I moved to Florida and it became crippy, but that was a blanket term. So
there was specific like example. My dad guys were growing like they called it the crippy, crippler. There's even at one point the blue crip, the red crip, because two different guys were growing different cuts in the late. And then it's like what happened is everybody knew about this strain because it was all Duckfoot and Kauai Electric before that, and the crippler came along and it was like the first weed where guys were getting paralyzed from the shit, like knocking out, couldn't smoke the whole joint. You know what I mean? Like we had all this killer weed, and this is the first weed where it was like, yo, roll that joint up and watch that whole circle go fall asleep right now.
Yeah, like one hit, whatever the fuck we used to call it.
Yeah, the one hitter quitters, bro. And so like then everybody started trying to coin their bud that over here is like, oh, what, you got the kind? No, I want the crip. Oh, you want the crip? Yeah, I got the crip. You know what I mean? And it could just be whatever lime green bud you had, but a handful of guys actually had the one.
Yeah. I miss it. I miss it back then. I do.
And I bet you Florida was probably a similar situation is like if you're plugged into the scene, you're just going up like, where's the crippy? Where's the crippy? You're not like, I need some fucking weed, bro. I need some marijuana. Like, you're not saying that.
That's how it was. I call my bully and be like, it was really dank, crippy. It turns a crippy, bro, but it was dank, And then we started to have like the bubblegum, the blueberry, like the hazes, Then it became where we had names. But in the very beginning, it was just either kind bud because we were hippies. That turned to crip over time, but it was really kind bud at first. That turned to
but
crip.
The thing is, like, kind bud was again another actual strain in Hawaii because you got to remember, Dark. There are families where they're growing 3,000 to 6,000 plants. Their whole livelihood for the whole family is to grow that crop and just send it out.
But
you know what I mean? So, like if somebody says it's kind bud, there's a chance it could actually be kind bud if it came from Hawaii. If it didn't come from Hawaii, then that's off. That whole thing that's off the table right there.
Well, this wasn't a Florida thing. Like the kind bud was a Grateful Dead tour thing. That was on the lot. That was.
It's funny how we all had our.
You have all kinds of different.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like a lot of the Grateful Dead retired out here in Hawaii. The reason to why they would do that.
Bro, I used to go to Dead shows just to fucking get weed at one point. I would walk around the parking lot and it was the only place I can go. It was like events nowadays, and I would come back with 20, 30 totally different kinds of fucking dank. You know, like those.
I'll go dark. I got this older hippie dude that I know for like a long time that's been growing in Hawaii and up in Oregon. And so he was the one that put me on to the game of like, dude, the chem dog came from the pig shit because all these guys want to talk Pacific Northwest dog shit and the dog bud and all that other stuff. He's like, dude, that was guaranteed 100% the pig shit, nephew. And I was like, really? And he's like, dude, I've been growing fucking weed in Hawaii and Oregon for the past fucking like 50 fucking years. He's like, you don't think I know?
All right, wait, we got a couple things. Let me see.
No, the Ricky Show does not have our dad's work. The Ricky Show has his own collection of genetics. So Ricky was like a generation or two after my dad. He traveled the world. He collected his own genetics from both Amsterdam and in Thailand, fighting over there professionally Muay Thai. So he's got really unique stuff. So like when I show you guys purple monkey punch crosses, I'm like, yo, this is like unique. He's got real stuff in there, like old school.
You know what's funny, bro?
A lot of people in Florida do run our genetics in dispensaries because they know, where did the kind bud come from? Where did the crippy come from? They're like, that came from Hawaii. Let's tap in with the guy that has it. Boom. Look, authentic. Here you go. Buy it. They're running businesses. They can't fuck around and go ask dudes that are like, yo, I ran and grow in Florida. And yeah, I'm the guy. It was a bag seed. It's like, okay, well, where the fuck did the bag seed come from, homie? You know what I mean? All of us growers know it's like, where does the bag seed come from? A light leak, an accidental pollination because you went in your room when you're dusting something else and you didn't clean off. Like, you're not going to find 1 to 4 seeds on a full-blown herb batch. That's not how it works. Sativa. So Kauai Electric is a soaring sativa high, one of the strongest sativa highs we have, if not the strongest. But it's crazy because it doesn't look pure sativa and it finishes in 9 weeks. So that's why it was originally selected, because they grew it right up from my childhood road. So where I grew up, just as the world would work, that road connected up into this dirt road that was like 20 miles long that went from, it's called Poku Stables. You can look it up on the internet, also known as Kapaka Road. Kapaka Road ties into power line. All the original skunks, all the original, like 90% of what's grown on the mainland that's not coming from the Molokai guys would have originated up there, because that was the main growing spot where old uncles would claim their area and they would go up there in old lifted 4x Yodas, dirt bikes, by whatever means necessary, because life in Hawaii has never been cheap and it's always been more difficult. So they always had to grow stuff. And when they found that Kauai Electric wouldn't mold, wouldn't powdery mildew, wasn't susceptible to bugs, finished quickly, was a reliant thing, it just took off like a wave and everybody was on that shit. Because if they were in that circle, that's what they wanted to grow. They wanted that electric sativa high with that sweet skunky incense to it that just tasted fucking incredible. You know what I mean? And it finished every time. So it was like a no-brainer. And the reason why people will talk about power line trail, et cetera, they have these giant power lines that are like not a normal telephone pole. You guys guaranteed to have them on the mainland. They're like the gray metal poles that are like 100+ foot tall.
Yeah.
And so they would grow right underneath those power lines because they knew Green Harvest couldn't fly there. Yeah. You know what I mean? So they would like clear out right below the power lines, and that's right where they grew.
Yeah, and do a little gorilla crop.
Yeah, and so that's how Kauai Electric, which is essentially the precursor to original Sweet Skunk, Skunk One, whatever you want to call that, came from that. The Roadkill was a descendant in itself off of that as well, but it was a different crop. It wasn't pure.
Yeah.
So those are the guys I've seen doing it, and they're cropping hard. You know, everybody that was up there had minimum of 300 to 500 plant patches. Some of them much bigger. It just depended on their means of doing it.
So you have that one line bred?
The Kauai Electric is only out of back cross right now.
You got to be
trying to get it to the back cross too. It's already showing exactly what we wanted, but
you have the
pheno color to it.
You have the pheno that represents the strain good.
Oh yeah.
So why don't you S1 it?
I could, but the guy who gave me the original Kauai Electric cut was like, we were offered $100,000 for it as soon as somebody found out we had real skunk, and he didn't want the money. He's like, no, that thing's staying on Kauai. It's not supposed to leave here. Because when it got sold to the mainland originally, it was like the guy that let it out wasn't supposed to let it out, if that makes sense. But the guy that let it out is the same guy who let out the sour diesel, and he was in a tight spot because he lost his house. So like the Hawaiian syndicate mafia basically let him slide and was like, yo, like, we understand, but like, yo, even though you bred that shit, like, that's supposed to be on lock, dog. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But I mean, he lost it, bro. So it's like, you know, can you blame the guy?
You just feel like it's too close. It's just too close of a, you know, making a copy of the.
No, I could S1 it. I feel like with a back cross, I'll be able to get the exact. There will still be phenotype variation, but it'll be close enough where people get exactly what they want.
Yeah, the profile is probably dominant enough to you know.
Well, like guys have already grown it out in Australia that are, you know, 65 years old probably or older, and they're like, "Yo, thank you for bringing me back to like I haven't had real skunk in a long time."
Which one is the one that you were saying was like reminiscent of the Island Sweet Skunk?
So Island Sweet Skunk was, I mean, we just called that Hawaiian Sativa originally. It didn't have that Jordan of the Isle fancy name to it. It was just Island Sweet or Hawaiian Sativa is what we called it. And then to me, that's what I was trying to say is probably like what a true Maui Wowie would be represented as. But anytime I was ever shown Maui Wowie, it was never as high grade as like the Kauai Electric or some of the stuff we had, but it was really nice. It was a really tropical, fruity, like sativa type. Like Island Sweet Skunk reminded me of Maui Wowie, like to the T of like what I was shown.
Mm-hmm.
I lost it.
I have fluorescent green.
I haven't smelled that profile since, but I just thought that hash would be really good.
My favorite thing ever, do taste wise. I won't say shit. Back in the 90s, fluorescent fucking green, like glow in the dark, and it was the most memorable fucking thing almost I've ever smoked for some reason. That's how fucking good it was.
So Kauai Electric, when you say to explain it, the genetic build, I do not know the exact genetic build because my dad didn't make it, and the guy Ray Jones who made it, he's kind of a secretive guy. Like he'll make stuff and he's not going to tell you exactly how he made it. That's just how he always worked. But I do know that Crippy and Kauai Electric are relatives. I just know that the Crippy was refined further.
Exactly. Yeah, I just remember. I mean, I haven't seen it ever, but that one, you know, my mom's friend came back from fucking Hawaii, dude, and I was in high school. I'll just never forget it. Like it was just one of the most.
It's just really bright, vibrant, like cartoon weed. Like when you smoke it, you should feel like it's a cartoon.
Oh, insane! And just like literally,
the real Hawaiian Sativa. The reason, like I say, like I'm not gonna go and say, oh, Maui Wowie was a true strain because it was originally bred and it's just called Hawaiian Sativa. The Maui Wowie name came later when like guys coined their specific thing on Maui, like it was a phenotype, but
sure.
Like we never like were like, oh, that's an actual, like all the uncles in Hawaii were like, that's just Hawaiian Sativa. They got their own pheno. Like they didn't think it was its own thing.
Man, I started smoking before. I can't. Nowadays it's totally different. You're right, but shit, I started smoking. I was stealing weed off my mom's tray probably about like 11 or 12. I started following the dead when I was 14.
Smoking weed at 12. I was growing weed at 12, bro.
Right? Like so, right? I was literally eating ass and
then I learned to go when I was 13.
16 at least. And then by 18, then I was helping my dad pheno hunt and he'd let me smoke. By the time
first time growing weed, I took all the things I got and I put it in one big pot when I was like 13, and I popped like 300 seeds in this one pot, and they all came up, and then I killed a bunch of them trying to like dig them out and transplant them. And I was like, oh my god, never doing that again. Dude, Hawaiian indica seeds, Hawaiian duckfoot seeds, Hawaiian sativa seeds, fucking the best of the mainland that I'd collected for years. It was just like fucking blew it. I shouldn't have popped them that way.
Yeah, you know, we did. We definitely did, man.
That was me at 13.
I doing shit like that too, bro, for sure. Just fucking throw a bunch
of. By like 15, I had mastered. I had a lychee tree, and I cleared out these platforms up high, and so I was like helping my dad grow weed, and then he's like over there passing me all like the not the best clones, and I'm already popping my own seeds too, and I got my whole lychee tree just cropping out, bro. Like clear the put them up in the top so my mom can't see them, and then I had a little horse trail thing going back there. She finally fucking caught on. Like, what are you going back there and doing? And you're like, nothing.
Yeah.
tree. You're like, you're fucking kicked out of the house. I'm like, what? I have my medical card. I don't care. Blah blah blah. And you're fucking, that was it.
I didn't have the medical thing until I think I was like 19 or something like that.
Yeah, we didn't get medical here until 2018.
No,
you know?
until I was 19 years old. Then I got a medical card, like fucking.
I'm just saying we just got medical cards here.
I had a bunch of dirt bike injuries, and they had prescription painkillers. So my dad was able to co-sign so I could get a medical card.
It was the same. My dad did the same thing. Like fucking this dude that fucking worked at the dispensary that he dropped to. He was like, "Yeah, dude, like this is just what you need to like say this, and that." And like I just fucking said whatever fucking dude said, and they're like, "All right, here," because I wanted to start my own little co-op. Like obviously fucking there was tons of fucking extra flour at the fucking time.
Yeah, and I promise you, Dark, the Molokai boys, if you've never talked to them, I think it's like Pakalolo Seed Co.
Yeah, you told them. I think I should. Yeah. I know you said them. I know you said it.
If anyone's gonna have real Molokai pig shit to this day, it's right there. And if guys want like the true pre-chem dog like that, that's where you're looking.
Yeah,
like,
I'm a fan
pig shit products. I don't think it's pure pig shit. I think it's like because the pig shit was even more offensive than the chem dog, but it was like that same terp profile, but like I feel like it's like if I was to guess what chem dog is, it's like Crippy times pig shit. Which is like pretty easy. Guy from Molokai comes to Kauai. Here's some Crippy seeds. Boom, he goes back to Molokai, hits it to his fucking pig shit. Boom, grows it out. Boom. Oh, where's this chem dog come from? I don't know. At a Grateful Dead show. You know what I mean? Like, you probably got nailed over there.
That's a whole nother story because, like, bro, I was at that. I don't know, man. I just feel like.
No, I'm not saying that would happen. I'm just saying, like, you guys could smell this pig shit and how offensive it was. When we had this shit back in the day, you'd be like, yo, that is definitely like way more foul than the chem dog, but like that same thing. And you're gonna be like, the fuck? Holy shit.
That's my whole point. There was so much better shit pre them. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. The chem dog is good, but I'm telling you, pre that shit, dude, there was so much better they could have found.
I'm just saying, there has been epic stuff lost in the sands of time because breeders preserve it, they don't share it. That's why, like, we come on, Canna Research comes on, any of the guys Dark brings on, that's a benefit to the community because you guys are getting access to stuff that could be lost if the guy wasn't working it. You know what I mean?
Bro, how about Massachusetts Super Skunk, bro? That shit was super fire.
Oh, dude.
Super Skunk was probably one of the best flavored strains that I had. Like, it smoked good all the way down to the end. It had that crazy, like, fucking almost like brighten up the daytime kind of high where everything like dilates your pupils in kind of a way.
That cartoon high is attributed to THCV, so that's what I think.
It had something different, bro. It had another kind of cannabinoid that wasn't in the other shit. And then it reeked, bro, from super fucking far. Like, you could not hide that fucking Mass Super Skunk smell, bro. My cousin, he put it in.
That's how skunk should smell, though. Is like you can't hide it. Like Kauai Electric. So like you put Kauai Electric next to Chem Dog, the D cut, any OG cut, any Gorilla Glue cut, any GMO cut. You're not smelling nothing but that Kauai Electric skunk dog. It's just fucking overpower everything.
It's loud.
You can go take a peppermint essential oil spray and spray your plants. And we all know how strong peppermint is. You smell the skunk over it still. Like, you cannot hide it. You know what I mean? That's why, like, when I come on, I'm like, yo, this Kauai Electric is special. I'm telling you guys, it's the 1970s, that skunk that, like, everybody's like, it's gone. It's not gone. It just was renamed, and then nobody knew what to look for when it was gone. You know what I mean? They're like, yo, I got this thing called skunk, and then I can't find it again. Yeah, it was a rename of something else. That's how most strains come about. They're crosses, or they're just straight up renames. You know what I mean? That's just the reality of it.
Man, I got to stand up, bro. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I feel like that too, dude.
No doubt, dude. Yeah, it's been almost 4 hours. I'm letting y'all know right now. I said this an hour ago. We've still been here another hour. But y'all got any questions, you better ask them now. We got 7 minutes, and I'm done. We went a whole nother. I said an hour ago. We've been here. We here. We got 7 minutes left, and I'm done. I'm out.
Start bringing the content for the community. Let's go.
Bro, this was such a good night. Like, really. I got back to the breeder night last week. That was good. tonight was a really good night. You know, these nights like tonight is the reason I really like to do these Wednesday nights, to be honest. 4 hours is a little bit much.
I would love to get Pakalolo guys' input, just because they're like older generation, and they're gonna know like a lot of the Molokai strains, like what they actually are.
Yeah, no, I would love it. You know, I definitely, bro. All the people, you know, these are the conversations we need to have. Like, these are good conversations.
Like, we're obviously going down a rabbit hole, and nothing that is being said is 100% concrete facts at all, right? What we're trying to do, though, is do like a general analysis of like, if this terp profile existed here, and then it also existed here, but at a later date, it would most likely be either related or a descendant of that. And then, so what you're trying to figure out is where the starting point, what it actually is. You know?
Yeah, and they're cool
and you almost can, dude. Like,
a lot of us have been around a while, you know. So,
well, when you breed with it, you can definitely figure out what's what, right? So, like, when I bred with the lemonade to the runts and it went straight lemonade, that's not uncovering any of the paths and the genetics, right? But as I'm dusting through the phenos, as I like to call it, or looking through them, boom, I find a grape. Oh, there's grape ape existing within the Skittles back in the lineage. Oh, so we went back to this grape and we pulled it to the forefront at where we're at right now in the crop. And that's what's so fun about doing pheno hunt.
Yeah, I love listening to you guys. You know, listen, I'm always learning. You know, bro. I do this because I learn too. I sit back and listen to half the shit, and I'm like,
it's important to look at the beginning lineage of the genetics, because when you make a cross, you can never untake whatever you put in there out, and that's why it's so important not to dilute what you're working with. You know what I mean? So like Crippy to GMO to Larry OG F8 for our starting F1 to make our Crippy BX6. We chose to do that because GMO had a strong garlic onion gas to it. Crippy already had an oniony gas to it. And then the Larry OG just complemented what was already there. So even though on paper, oh, it sounds great, you still got to do the work. But then when you go through the F1 cross and you see magic, that's an automatic back cross. Vice versa, Crippy heirloom purple tie, on paper, oh, 2 different Hawaiian heirloom genetics, pairing them together, this is going to be amazing. It did come out amazing, but it was like a blueberry grape, little bit of gas. Way more just like blueberry grape, like old school purple pie shit. Like, no, like, this is fucking pine cone gas or rubber gas. Like, the Crippy back cross, even then, that heirloom purple pie still just pushed through. And so it's like, as a breeder, you can always go to the paper on paper aspect, but real life results is where you make your moves. And that's why it's so important for any of you guys. You got seeds that you haven't popped that you're staring at, like, why haven't I popped these? Most likely, if you know those genetics are legit, you're blowing it by not popping them because you like peanut butter and you like GMO and you have the pack. Why the hell did you not pop it?
Yeah.
You know, or vice versa.
The other cool thing about Wednesday nights and is bringing people like you know, having you guys together, like bringing all these people together, because I've done that a lot, and I like to see the shit that comes out of it. You know, I'm not sure if I'm the one that brought you guys together or not, but it is really cool to bring people together and see the collabs and see this stuff happen before my eyes, man, and be able to be part of it. So it's really cool, you know.
Yeah,
let's go,
man.
Saturday night. Coming.
Exclusives. I like the wax steel.
The auction, dude, Saturday night, y'all.
So the fucking 808 research one gets here. So I'm gonna do like fucking that. You know how your logo's purple and orange? I'll have it like a wax stamp that's swirled purple and orange with the 808. Yeah, we'll do like a super limited amount of boxes.
Kauai's color is purple, and then I always thought it was super interesting that the human eye can't see purple, and our brain basically makes that color exist.
Yeah, it invents it.
So I'm a believer of, like, if you can see it in your head, you can make it exist, right? You can make it happen. So that's why I like purple, is it's our island color, and then like
my favorite color too.
You can make, and the bud, dude. Like, a lot of our strains are gonna match like that purple orange type of look.
All right,
like
last question.
The temperature breath back cross too, dude. That's like when you see those, like when you run through the phenos and you see that super, super over the top bright orange with, you know how back in the day the Amsterdam guys kind of started the whole phase of the white strains where like the resin super white. The peanut butter is just like real black purple bud, but then like some kind of maroons in there too. but just like a blanket of white trichomes, like you wouldn't believe. And when
well,
the
it wasn't
orange
really trichomes, bro. Back then, like if you scoped it, it was a lot of overlaying stalks. Like the stalks were really long, and then they had high.
Yeah. So my dad taught me to use a microscope when we were doing selections to make sure it was like we typically look for fat head strains with short stalks because it'd be what's called a more water hash variety, because that was what his passion was when he got cancer of the liver, was water hash. We were just doing the bubble hash though. And then so like the peanut butter breath, as soon as I looked at it, I'm like, oh, is it gonna be like the purple punch where it's a bunch of stalks? No way, dog. You zoom in on that, just all fat dome heads with thick stalks. But it's like really white resin though. It's still white, where it's like what I would call a white strain.
We did that so much, bro, when I was a kid that I started recognizing the difference with my naked eye. Like I was able to.
There you go. Once you get good enough at it, you can literally like I got to use reading glasses now. But if I use reading glasses in my phone, I can like, yep, okay, we're good.
We out of here, y'all. 25 seconds. Much love. Saturday night, check us out.
Much
Go to
love.
the site 808. Love you guys. Y'all stay safe, man. Stay blessed. And see y'all Saturday night.
Have a good night, guys.
All right, brother. I appreciate it, man. Good night, guys. This will be posted right to YouTube. If you guys miss anything, make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube. You can go back and watch it. And I'll see y'all next Wednesday night if I don't see you Saturday night. So, peace.